Okay, I call to order the Board of Commissioners regular meeting, May 6, 2024. Just want to thank everybody in attendance tonight. Want to have a special appreciation thanks to the Rolesville High School football team that is here tonight. Thank you guys for coming out. And if you would, everybody rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and stay standing for invocation by Pastor Josh Stewart of News Baptist Church. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's pray. Father, we thank you so much for this beautiful day you've given to us. Lord, we thank you for this time we have to meet together. Lord, I ask you to be with our town staff and commissioners, Lord, that you would help them. And Lord, would you give wisdom in the decisions that need to be made. And God, we thank you for your goodness. We thank you for sending Jesus Christ to die on the cross for our sins that gives us eternal life through him. Lord, bless this meeting tonight. Have your will and your way in him. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it, Pastor Stewart, coming out. Thank you much for that. Okay, we got quite a few things on the agenda tonight, so we'll get started, move right along. We've got several proclamations to start with. The first one we're going to do is a recognition of the Rolesville High School football team and the coaches and players on the team there. So we got a proclamation here for that. And I think I'll read this proclamation if you don't mind. Take time to read it. Proclamation of the Town of Rolesville celebrating the 2024 Rolesville Rams season of excellence and determination. Whereas the Rolesville High School boys varsity football team finished the season with 14-2 record, and whereas the team finished first to win the NAC 6 conference, and whereas the team made it to the state championship, and the players, it was 22 players that made all conference accolades, 22 all conference, and whereas Brendan Atkinson won Conference Player of the Year, and whereas Devon Thomas won Conference Offensive Player of the Year, and whereas Riley Daniels won Conference Special Teams Player of the Year, and whereas Coach Raina Rackley won the Coach of the Year, and whereas the offense had 6,260 total yards and scored 93 touchdowns, and the defense had 10 interceptions, and whereas the team played 4 games with 0 points scored against it, and the team averaged 47 points per game. And whereas the team finished the season as 4A state runner-ups of North Carolina. Now, therefore, I, Ronnie Kern, Mayor Rolesville, with the Board of Commissioners, do recognize the Rolesville High School varsity football team for its outstanding 2024 season and call upon the citizens of Rolesville to join the town in recognizing teams' accomplishments and further support all the teams that comprise the student athletes of Rolesville High School in the year 2025. In witness of, therefore, I set my hand and cause the seal of the town of Rolesville be affixed this day, the 6th day of May in 2025. So thank you, and I appreciate you guys coming out. And I do have a proclamation here with the seal on it. So, Coach, if you don't mind, if you would, the team come up and we're going to take a picture, if you don't mind.
They're still taller than me.
So I consider myself a pretty tall guy. I'm smaller than one of these guys, I tell you. So appreciate y'all coming out.
1, 2, 3. Very good. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Congratulations, guys.
So we have a few refreshments for them next door, so they're going to go back to that. And I think it's fair to say that most of these guys are underclassmen. They're not seniors this year. I think most of the seniors is probably. Yeah, so I think all of these are coming back. So next year you can tell already it's going to be a pretty sizable team, ain't it? So good luck next year for sure. Thank you very much. Continue with proclamations. We got three kind of deal with the town that I want to do. I'm not going to read the proclamations as a whole. I'm just going to do a summary of them. First, we recognize Police Week. The town of Rolesville, North Carolina proclaims May 11th through the 17th as 2025 as Police Week to honor the dedication and sacrifice of the Rolesville Police Department. This week recognizes the courage of officers who risk their lives daily to protect the community and commemorate Peace Officers Memorial Day on May 15th, which honors those who have fallen and injured in the line of duty. The proclamation also highlights the faithful service of both the past and present members of the department, including the Police Chief Dave Simmons, and the leadership reflects in the department's unwavering commitment to public safety and community trust. We got the captain here tonight, so thank you, Captain. Appreciate that. Just extend that to all police officers who would, so thanks much for that. Also, we recognize in Public Works, the town of Rolesville, North Carolina proclaims May 18th through the 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week to recognize the vital contributions of the public works professionals to infrastructure, public health, and community well-being. Celebrated under the theme of people, purpose, and persistence, this week honors the dedication of engineers, managers, and employees who maintain essential services like transportation, water systems, waste management, and public facilities. The Rolesville Board of Commissioners encourage citizens to participate in an event that celebrates these efforts. Along with these professionals, Public Works Director Isaac Pullman stands out as a dedicated leader who proactively approach and commitment to service to help ensure the town runs efficiently and effectively. And I think Isaac is here tonight, so appreciate it. Thanks for all you do, all your department do. Appreciate that. And last but not least, we recognize in the Municipal Clerk Week, the town of Rolesville, North Carolina proclaims May 4th through the 10th, 2025 as Professional Municipal Clerk Week to recognize the essential role of municipal clerks. As one of the oldest public servant role, clerks serve as a key link between citizens, local governments, and higher levels of government, ensuring impartial service. This week honors their dedication and continuous improvement and community service. The proclamation also acknowledges Christina Incline, the town clerk of Rolesville, for her vital work in managing records, ordinances, and contributing to the local initiatives like the Military Banner Program, which you guys can see it's on Granite Falls Boulevard. So thank you, Christina. Appreciate all you do. Thanks much for that. And we got proclamations for all those too that I'll sign. And then next we recognize, and it's a lot going on in May. May is a busy month for sure. There's a lot going on. So we're also going to recognize small businesses, and we're actually going to read that proclamation. So Michael Paul, I think you volunteered to read that, so if you would read that for us, please.
Thank you. Recognizing National Small Business Week 2025. Whereas from the storefront shops that anchor Main Street to the high-tech startups that keep America on the cutting edge, small businesses are the backbone of our economy and the cornerstone of our nation's promise. And whereas when we support small business, jobs are created and local communities preserve their unique culture. And whereas because this country's 33 million small businesses create nearly 2 out of 3 net new jobs in our economy, we cannot resolve ourselves to create jobs and spur economic growth in America without discussing ways to support our entrepreneurs. And whereas the President of the United States has proclaimed National Small Business Week every year since 1963 to highlight the programs and services available to entrepreneurs through the U.S. Small Business Administration and other government agencies, and whereas Rolesville supports and joins in this national and regional effort, along with Wake County and other communities in the Triangle region, to help small businesses do what they do best: grow their business, create jobs, and ensure that our communities remain as vibrant tomorrow as they are today. Now, therefore, Ron Curran, Mayor of the Town of Rolesville, does hereby proclaim May 4th through 10th, 2025 as Small Business Week and encourages our citizens to shop small and support their local small businesses here in Rolesville. A witness whereof Ron Curran does hereby set his hand and cause the seal of Rolesville to be affixed this 6th day of May, 2025.
Thank you, Michael. And I see some of the small businesses here, so big hand to the small businesses that's here representing tonight. And I do want to say, you know, sort of as support of this this Small Business Week, and you know, more than a proclamation. Proclamation is good, but more than that, we're going a little bit further by beginning May 1st, which has already started, running through May 10th. 10 businesses at Young and Main Street are hosting a Explore Main plus Young Passport event. And how this works is the businesses are handing out punch cards or passports to shoppers. Purchase something at any of the participating shops, and it's 10 of them, and get your passbook stamped with the specialty mark from that store. Collect 8 out of the 10 punches, making sure you write the name and phone number on the card, and once you've done, hand it in your completed card at the business where you get the final punch. And those who complete the task gets a chance to win a big raffle basket filled with goodies from all participating businesses. I encourage you to shop locally this week and support Rolesville local businesses. We truly appreciate our business community, and again, we'd like to thank them for their continued patience during the Main Street construction project. We know that it has been tough, and we know that the completed project will benefit the businesses as we create a more walkable community and a true downtown experience. So, so if you haven't done your passport thing, please do that. Go in and get that ticket and get it punched. And I think we got some prizes that we're gonna do that. We're gonna have a drawing. So, thanks a lot. Appreciate that, Michael Paul. And then the last one, we were recognizing the Rams lady basketball player. Now, you know, I think the coach has some illness in the family and wasn't able to come. So, but I still want to just recognize them. And I do have a proclamation I'll give you afterwards. But the 24 women's basketball team had an impressive season, finishing 19-11 overall record and a 10-2 mark in conference, securing second place in their conference standing. They were ranked 23rd in North Carolina and 3rd in the 4A East Division. The season showcased the team's resilience, talent, and commitment to excellence, setting a high standard for future Ram teams. And unfortunately, it didn't work out for them to be in person tonight, but we do have a proclamation that we want to give. And for you guys don't know, Jacob Gross is the athletic director. So all the teams, you know, is you're doing. So congratulations, you have a really successful program out there with all the teams. So congratulations. Come up and take a picture with this if you don't mind.
Thank you.
All right, wow, that was fun. I think that's probably our record for proclamations, I believe. But that was, May is a busy month. I don't know if June will have any at all, but May was pretty busy, and just want to thank everybody for participating in that. Next item is consideration approval of the agenda. You guys have the agenda in front of you. Is it any discussion on the agenda? If not, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
I got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, got a motion second. Any other discussion?
No, sir.
Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sound like the ayes have it. Ayes do have it. So motion passed. Thank you very much. And then we'll consider the approval of the consent agenda. Quite a few items on the consent agenda. I'll touch on them real quick so for the general public. We'll be approving the minutes from March 18th and also April 1st. Fire Services Agreement with Wake County. That's in your package. I think if we do the merger, then we'll have to have agreement with Wake County. That's in there. ANX 2501, voluntary annexation petition for Fowler Road, Mitchell Mill Road. Three-party right-of-way encroachment agreement, Fifth Third Bank and Main Street. A resolution regarding temporary road closing Perry Street. We had a lot of discussion on this last meeting. This resolution kind of codify that for the next, is it 120 days, I believe?
That's correct.
Next 120 days, Perry Street will be closed for general trucks and public and stuff, and just for local traffic, I think.
All through traffic plus vehicles in excess of 2 axles, and that's 120 days from the date of your adoption,
So
not
tonight.
from today.
It-
This
it
is
would-
just to have it codified.
Yeah. Gotcha. All right. Resolution authorizing participation in the North Carolina Health Insurance Pool. Resolution for service welcome to Sergeant Saunders, which is retiring, and y'all saw that. This is sort of a customary thing we usually do is grant the service weapon to the sergeant. And then fiscal year 24-25 budget ordinance amendment, and everybody has that. So as always, if any commissioner has a need to pull an item to discuss it, we'll certainly do that. Just let me know now. Any items that anybody want to pull, discuss separately. All right, not hearing any, I will entertain a motion.
So move.
Got a motion, second?
Second.
Motion second. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sounds like the eye has it. Ayes do have it, so the motion approves. Thank you very much. Town liaison reports. So we'll start at this end with Paul. Usually, Paul, you know, alphabetical order, you usually last, but we'll start.
So I'm
with
going to
you.
actually defer because we have our Parks Rec Director, June Green, coming up, so I'm just going to defer to him.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Anything from planning?
We did not meet this month, so we're looking forward to having a meeting next month.
Very good. How about veterans?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor Kern, Board Commissioners, town staff, and our beloved town of Rolesville. May is a busy month in the veterans community, but also active duty personnel, because it is Military Appreciation Month, a time to honor and recognize the contributions and sacrifices of all the men and women who have served in the United States Armed Forces. Armed Forces Day is on May 17th. Armed Forces Day is to promote unity amongst the military branches. Military Appreciation Luncheon. The Rolesville Chamber of Commerce will be having an appreciation lunch on 9 May at the Rolesville Community Center here. The theme for this year is honoring women veterans. The start time is 10 a.m. Memorial Day. Monday, May 27th is Memorial Day, originally called Decoration Day. Then it was formalized by a Memorial Day order issued by Grand Army of the Republic Commander-in-Chief John A. Logan in 1868. Many Americans observe Memorial Day by visiting cemeteries and memorials, holding gatherings, and participating in parades. And in Levittown of Rolesville, we will be having our Memorial Mile. I encourage you all to join the Garden Club of America, Veterans Helping Veterans, the Rolesville Rural Fire Department, and Rolesville Park and Recreation Department on May 26th at the Town Hall at 11 a.m. sharp. If you ordered T-shirts, please be present at 10:30. Memorial signs will be made to display along Main Street to remember the brave and women who gave the ultimate sacrifice to our country. Veterans Benefits Live. You're cordially invited to join the Winston-Salem Regional Office for their annual outreach event in Wilmington. The event will be held at the National Guard Facility Maintenance located at 2412 Infantry Road in Wilmington. This is a 3-day event. Starts at 9 and at 1500, May 8th, 9th, and 10th. And then as well as a lot of veterans that suffer from mental health issues, there's still an average of 22 veterans that commit suicide daily. So we recognize that May is Mental Health Month and an ideal time to educate veterans and their families on the conditions and encompasses mental health and how to seek help if needed. That's a hidden cry. The Department of Veteran Affairs have mental health services that include peer support as well as counseling, therapy, and medication if needed. Many veterans battle post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, and other forms of mental health illness. So I advise all veterans that are, and their families that are suffering from mental health to seek the Department of Veteran Affairs immediately. And that will complete my report.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Good report. Commissioner Paul, anything from senior citizen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. So first, the Senior Network is hosting a second annual charity golf tournament on September 11th at Heritage Golf Club. The 14-passenger bus that the tournament purchased for the Senior Network last year is in operation, and this golf tournament will raise funds for the maintenance and other costs for the bus. Second, I've been informed by residents at the Grande that 15 residents have been displaced over the past few months due to increased rents. This further highlights the need for affordable senior housing here in Rolesville. Our friends, our neighbors, our co-workers who have lived in Rolesville have to move to another county, if not another state, because we don't have a place for them to live. This leads me to my third topic, which is the selection of a developer for the land behind Town Hall. My hope is that we will select the developer who has presented a senior affordable housing development for this land. Finally, the Senior Network and our own Parks and Rec Department have a packed calendar for the month of May for our seniors. So check out the senior community page on our town website and the Senior Network website, which is theseniornetwork.org. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And I'll just add, for awareness, it's a good event coming up this weekend, Saturday, the 5K Dash 24. So join us for that. It's the Thorn to Rose Foundation that's hosting that. It's May 11th, like I said, this weekend from 8:30 to 12. So if you can participate in the 5K, make sure you join up and participate in it if you can. So it's a great event, and hope the weather's good, and I hope we have a good event. So with that, appreciate it. We will take some public invited to be heard. I think I saw a few people sign up for that. So if you would. All right. Jeannie is the first one. So Jeannie Sellers, if you don't mind, come up, state your name, address for the record, and you got 3 minutes. We're going to give everybody 3 minutes.
Not a problem. My name is Jenny Sellers. I live here in Rolesville at 4725 Lonnie Drive, but I also own Susanna's Antiques on the corner intersection. And I don't have any prepared statements or anything like that. I'm just hoping for some sort of update in front of the town, in front of everybody, on what's going on. Because, we keep hearing different dates, and I get different rumors and everything going around from everyone. Everybody has something different to say. And I'm just hoping for some accountability to find out what exactly is going on, because we're just all getting so incredibly frustrated right now. And it's really hard as a small business. And with it being Small Business Week, I figured this was a good week to come and talk to you guys and say what's going on. And please do something to help us out, because it's hurting. It's really hurting bad right now.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Thank you, Jean.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Is Megan? I didn't see Megan. There's Megan. I didn't see you there. Come on up. State your name, address.
All right, so my name is Megan Callender, and I'm one of the owners of NC Movement. We are the gym in Rolesville. We've been here for 9 years. I own it with my brother, and we actually have a lot of our members here to support us and kind of show the effect that this intersection is having here with us. I mean, we, as any small business, we work well with consistency and communication, and I feel like there's just a very lacking of that. I think we're just trying to express to you guys to maybe reach out to Raleigh, to maybe see more progress, to see more action happening. It's just been very, very frustrating. It affects all of our gym's attendance, our revenue, and just trying to push for faster action. I mean, it was a 3-month project that's been over a year, and I know we understand things come up. I don't think we're looking to blame anyone, but again, just trying to see that progress that we've been promised for a very, very long time. You know, we, as all of our businesses, we're very invested in Rolesville, and we just want to thrive and not be blocked with the intersection. So, but yeah. And I would also like to push for a bigger budget for events in Rolesville. I've talked to Michael about this in a few of these meetings. I think to encourage people to come to Rolesville with like a Friday night on white like they do in Wake Forest is something that would help all of our small businesses. So I've been really trying to push people to do that.
That's a good idea.
Thank you, Megan. Appreciate that. Thanks. I see Taylor Ivy. Come on up, Taylor. Good to see you. State your name, address for the record.
My name's Taylor Ivy. I'm at 101 East Young Street, which is the Creative Exchange. I did write mine up because I heard that we had 3 minutes. So, oh boy. I wasn't going to speak at all because I learned from experience with the current situation that my voice does not seem to make much difference. But here goes. I'm Taylor from Creative Exchange. None of what I'm saying is personal towards anyone, but simply business and my reality and the reality of our community right now. Every single adult that comes in my store has something negative to say about this construction project. And my broken heart has to keep making excuses for y'all. I rely heavily on ice cream sales and partners to pay the store's hefty commercial rent. Do you know how many scoops of ice cream I'm gonna have to sell if all of my vendors leave? Summer is the time for ice cream. This project started at the beginning of ice cream season. It was said they were starting then to save the buses from road closure aggravation, which kind of is nonsense since half of Rolesville's schools are year-round. Why not take small businesses affected into consideration and start something like this in perhaps January, or even ask us what would have helped us the most? I feel like we supply your community with experience and growth, not necessarily school buses. My 2 biggest days for sales are the 4th of July and Christmas parade that help me cover bills for the slower seasons at my particular store. Last year, the intersection was proposed as help to me to open up on the 4th of July to draw people into the store, but instead, we had a big party down by Food Line that night. The road was never opened up until, in fact, they did open it that night, but that was to help the town with their traffic flow, not us. Now it's another summer and another year of going into debt. That's 2 years of loss in my small business that has only been open for 3 years. Another year of my partners leaving, and almost impossible to attract new partners because of the construction catastrophe. I'm sure Cobblestone's able to relate to that. And then there's parking. Initially, I had parking in front of my store when I moved in. I was told I'd have even better parking in the front, diagonal parking, as a matter of fact, which would have been a huge help for my elderly customers. and possible drive-ups for ice cream, but now I have none.
3 minutes are up.
Directly in front. Very awkward for the elderly and impossible for my creative ice cream idea that Rolesville could have been known for. It's, I'll stop with one last thing. Where is the double crew and working on the weekends to get this finished? And why is no one being held accountable or compensating for the broken promises? Because the small businesses, we sure the hell are being held accountable for the broken promises, and they weren't ours to break.
Thank you, Taylor. Appreciate that. Okay, Rick Edens, come up and state your name, address for the record, and
Rick Edens, 6105 Hope Farm Lane. You know, I look out, I know all of you on a first name basis. But you know, I hear what Taylor said, I hear what Megan, Denise is here, others are here that haven't probably signed up that may want to speak, Mayor. It's been a tough 12 months. How could we be told it's going to take 2 months years ago when we were sitting over there next door, and it was going to take 2 months, maybe get done in 6 weeks if the weather was good. So you fast forward to last year, well, it's going to take 3 months. And here it is, going on 12 months, the middle of June. It's like they're saying, where's the accountability? You know, it's kind of like people, you drive up from the bypass and the detour sign is still down there, upside down. Because if you turn the detour sign the right way, it'd be pointing toward Sharon's Old Grill. So they turned it upside down so you'd follow in the correct way. What is it, Virginia Waters Way? I mean, 12 months and the sign is still upside down. The erosion control fence, it's down to the grass. It's been put there, and we've had meetings, and we've complained about it. Jenny's mom talked very elegant about it one meeting. You know, it's not been maintained. You know, I look at there's 4 points of this thing. I know the town, from what I understand, and please correct me, Eric, if I'm wrong, Mr. Town Manager, that the sales tax revenues are down. Well, that intersection is the heartbeat to this town. That intersection is on life support at best. At businesses, everybody I talk to, they're fed up, they're tired, their business is off. I don't want to stand here and call out the names of businesses, but they're giving up hope. We're not in a town of giving up hope. We're in Rolesville. You know, we're supposed to be uplifting. But 12 months of doing just, you know, very little work. I drive through there 5 or 6 times a day. It's amazing how little work is being done. You know, it's kind of like the second point. We've gotten some information, and there was some discussion about early on getting good information, getting truthful information. And, you know, here we are. It was a progress report supposedly going to be put out. I don't know if we ever got it or not, but people finally just quit asking about it. You know, the third part is like she mentioned, of helping business. I think Macon mentioned that. What about some TV ads? Can we make lemonade out of lemons? Why can't we do more for these businesses? Now, I know the town legally cannot write a check to the businesses. Cannot write a check. And I realize that. In other states, you can. So North Carolina is supposed to be a pro-business state. It's very weak on this law. And I think the town attorney is shaking his head, and he's maybe looked at it. So here we are. What are we going to do? When I was in business, I used to mail out 150,000 pieces of junk mail a month. I did it month after month. You know why I did it month after month? It works. It works. You can go into the post office. My dad used to go in there and he'd take out all the Hardee's coupons and clip them and give them out to people at Hardee's. So it worked. We got to do something to help the businesses, their own life support. So I did a little checking around, and maybe Mr. Dave here can tell me. The construction attorneys. I said, why can't we get some, what's going on? Well, you got to have a construction attorney. This is a specialty. It's like a real estate trust attorney, you know, corporate attorneys. So there's different things. So I don't know if the law firm here at Town Hires, if they have a construction attorney that can look at these contracts. Apparently there's no teeth in the contract. Otherwise, why aren't we going after Fred Smith? Why aren't we going after City of Raleigh? These water lines have been under this town. Bunn, Wake Forest, Knightdale, Wendell, Zebulon, Holly Springs, all of them have the same water lines. And then, you know, it's funny how we're drinking out of asbestos water lines. And then you put in new water lines and they're going to do this testing. Test, test, test. And I'm thinking, isn't that amazing? Did they test the old water lines? Now, how long does it take the results? Oh, about 30 days. I used to get kits in my mailbox at home. Send it in and we'll give you results in 5 days. I think they're doing the test kits on the International Space Station or something. They can't get no results. I mean, what's going on? It's just one delay after the other. You know, RKK, due diligence. How many hundreds of thousands of dollars are they getting paid? Where are we at with them? I mean, due diligence to find problems before we start. And then you got that good old Stantec that came up with all of these wonderful drawings. They didn't know where the water lines are. They didn't know where nothing's at. But we paid them a fortune. So there's got to be some teeth in this stuff. Fines. $750 a day is nothing. I think that was the number thrown out at one of the meetings. So here we are. Are we going to do something? Or are we going to do nothing? Are we a do something Rolesville community town? Or are we a do nothing and let it fall apart and keep going? I mean, I hope we can figure out how to get back on track. We can't wait 12 more months. And that's the way it is going, because up at that intersection, folks, it ain't much work being done. Very little every day, very little. There's about 100 drainage pipes up there sitting on the ground. And they're not digging. If you're not digging, it's like when my dad and I were in the carpet cleaning business. If that carpet cleaning machine ain't running, you ain't getting to go home early, son. If that machine ain't running, those machines up there, there's one machine up there running. You go down here, guess what? Fred Smith has got a new contract at Forestville Road. They're down there working. Forestville Road is blocked off. You can't go straight across Highway 401. They're down there working more than they are up here. Something's wrong. We're asking for help, Mayor.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate it. I understand where you're coming from, so thank you. Thank you, Rick. Denise Alexandra, come up. State your name and address for the record, please. How you doing, Denise?
Hey, good. Good to see everyone. I'm Denise Alexander from 100 North Main Street. That's Main Street Collective. I'm one of the co-owners there. And we have about 35 plus vendors, underneath our umbrella. And I'm here tonight, not just as a small business owner, but as someone who deeply loves this town. We've tried to stand by Rolesville with confidence and loyalty, but I have to be honest, we're exhausted. When construction started, we were told it would last 4 months, from July to October of last year. So we made promises. We told our vendors we'd be on track by November. That didn't happen. Then we said, okay, let's shoot for July of this year. We made new plans, we restructured our goals, we gave our word again, and that deadline came and went too. Now we're being told September, and we just feel like liars, not because we intended to mislead anyone, but because we passed along timelines that keep changing, timelines we were told to believe. We've lied to our vendors, we've lied to our customers, and beyond feeling like liars, we feel like fools. Despite it all, we've kept showing up, we've kept the doors open, even when trucks block our entrance, even when parking lots are closed off, even when dust coats our windows, sidewalks are gritty, and barriers fall into walkways. We've answered questions about construction from nearly every third customer as if we're the town spokesperson, all while trying to run a business. We've posted updates online. We've rearranged deliveries and fielded frustrations from customers while still trying to keep our business afloat. We've done all of this without ever getting to see what our normal first year of business could have looked like. We don't know if we're a successful business or not because we haven't had a chance to find out. We're surviving, but barely, by God's grace. Our bank account is worn thin, our energy is worn thinner. We're thankful for the efforts the town has made to help us. We truly are. But often these efforts just give us more to manage. And after months of setbacks, delays, and uncertainty, we're at our wits' end. We need clarity, we need accountability, and we need real support, not just encouragement. Because we, the local businesses, are the face of Rolesville. We're the ones welcoming residents and visitors every day. But we can't keep taking one step forward only to be pushed 3 steps back. We're not asking for miracles, we're asking to be heard, to be seen, and to have our struggle taken seriously because we've stood by you. Now we need you to stand by us. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise, appreciate that. And then Kyle, did you want to say something too?
Sorry, my last name
Hey,
is really
Kyle.
bad.
How you doing, bud?
Good to see you.
State your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Kyle Sellers. I live at 4725 Lonnie Drive. I'm Jenny Sellers' son. I'm also an electrician. I live in the commercial world. I do a lot of commercial work around different hospitals and a bunch of different bigger projects. So I've worked side by side with Fred Smith people before. This project has gone on too long. That is an understatement, to say the least. As a person who knows the construction world pretty well, I'd like to say for 4 years I've been working, I know that it's a thing that if a company goes over a certain amount of days past their original date for finish, they have to pay a sum back to the owner in relation to whatever their project amount originally was. Now, I know we never speak about certain amounts or anything, and I'm not here to ask about any of that. But if that amount if that is a thing that's happening, where they are going over their time and they are supposed to pay back their certain amount, why shouldn't that go back to some of the small businesses? Or why shouldn't that be put towards some of the townspeople that have been affected by this big issue with the road project? Because 3 months turning into 12 months is kind of crazy, in my opinion. I know that if I go over a project on even a day, that I feel terrible about it and that I have to pay a large amount, not just in money, but in certain claims and certain responses back to the owner, back to the general contractor that I work for, stating that I'm sorry for anything that's happened. And I know that there's been plenty of times where people have said that we're sorry, but I mean, it's not enough. There could be more. I feel like there could be more. So I ask for more recognition and for more things to be put forward, more clear information to be put forward for all the small business owners, not just my mom, but for anybody else that is affected by it, that they can get clear understanding and more support from anyone who can offer it, mostly being from the town of Rolesville. But that's all I got. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tom. I do appreciate it. I know that's the end of the list of anybody signed up, but I think the request has been made. If somebody else want to speak, come on up. Come on up, Pam, if you want to speak. State your name and address, if you don't mind.
Thank you. I'm Pam Eagles. I live at 205 South Main Street. I'm a longtime resident of Rolesville and know many of you. And I'm going to read tonight from Jennifer Burnett, owner of Local Charm. She's out of town and asked me to represent her. So thank you for indulging me. Mayor, commissioners, staff, people, thank you.
Yeah. Go right ahead, Pam.
Thank you. Jennifer Burnett, I am the owner of Local Charm in Cobblestone Village. I'm represented tonight because, frankly, we have reached a breaking point with Main and Young Street intersection project. The project was supposed to take just a few months. We were told the intersection would reopen by September of 2024. Now we're being told over 13 months or longer, with excuse after excuse for the delays. Meanwhile, small businesses like mine are being crushed. Every single week, my store gets calls from confused, frustrated customers who can't figure out how to get to us. They miss the turn because of barriers, oversized signs block their view, and there's no clear marking for the turn lane. People are literally driving away because they don't know how to access our parking lot. It's not just hurting my business, it's killing it. I am losing money because of this project, plain and simple. Plus, the area in front of our store is an absolute disaster. We were told multiple crews would be working weekdays and evenings to get this project done quickly. We are lucky if we see 5 to 7 people working on one small section a day. I've made every effort to stay informed. I attended the town's information meeting on February 13th, where we were told waterline work was progressing and that we could expect the intersection to reopen by summer. Before the next meeting, we were even told they were a week ahead of schedule. But at the March 6th meeting, where I couldn't attend, a new timeline was presented, suddenly pushing completion to September. Then at the March 27th meeting, the news got even worse. Now we were looking at a late September or October date. And the reason? A 3-week delay in supplies. That is simply unacceptable, and it doesn't add up. What's even more frustrating is the total lack of accountability. I have yet to see town officials out at the site checking on progress or holding anyone's feet to the fire. From what I can tell, all oversight has been handed off to Fred Smith Company, the contractor. But this is your project. You hired them. Where's the town's responsibility in making this get done on time and with minimum impact to the people and businesses who depend on that intersection? We deserve better. We deserve real answers, real accountability, and real action. Enough with the shifting timelines and vague excuses. The small business community is the backbone of Rolesville, but right now we are being left behind and left to fend for ourselves. I am asking, no demanding, that the town step up, get involved, get out there, and get this project on track before more damage is done. Sincerely, Jennifer Burnett, Local Charm.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Okay. Don't see anybody else want to speak. Any update, anything you can provide the public?
I can do that.
Okay.
Firstly, we really do apologize for the impact that this project has had on you all. As far as the business owners, we have meetings with them every 3 weeks and give them updates. And since day one, I've been apologetic about that. And it really, honestly, it hurts us too, as far as knowing that there's like a physical piece of infrastructure that we can't do something about, right, in those early moments in like late September, October of last year. I can give, I took several notes and I can give like a full update in the next meeting, but I wanted to touch on some of the big things that you all highlighted. So in October of last year, I kind of walked through the water line issue, just for general knowledge or what have you. So when us being a merger community and City of Raleigh providing the service through that contract or merger agreement we signed in 1992, they administer our water and sewer program, so they're technically the owners of it. And our infrastructure at that time, when it transitioned over, it was not GIS mapped and all these different things. And so that's something that when they started the project and we go through the review of the designs, the City of Raleigh did not highlight that in the designs, in the review of the designs. And so the oversight in that is a gap between their asset management program and their engineering department. Because of this Main Street project, and I can put it into a flow diagram, this is a locally administered project. So it's a state project that we are administering that's state funded. It's through DOT, and then the approvals go through the state. DOT goes to NCDQ, all these, and one of those is the City of Raleigh. And so that particular issue was something that I took to them after we realized it was a problem. Unfortunately, the amount of water lines that were breaking as a result of the work, it was leading to failure after failure and break after break as they continued to work around it. We had to pivot real time, and it took upwards about 8 weeks to get an engineering design put together for it, because it just takes that long to do that. And we were able to get City of Raleigh on board to get it approved. That happened through that kind of like November into December, January timeframe where it was kind of frozen. And so on the specific part around the water lines in that gap between their asset management program and their engineering department, I took that with other staff and also Wendell, Zebulon, and Knightdale, because we have all experienced similar things in regards to that utility advisory board that we sit on, and they are revamping that program and that process and fixing that gap that exists in that. Unfortunately, it did a death blow essentially to our project schedule. And so that's something that we have a meeting with them about in 3 weeks. It's like a half-day work session where they'll be proposing the different tweaks and changes they're making to their asset management program, in which they'll come here after that and speak with the community about that. And so that is forthcoming as far as like the water line work. Specifically around the water line work within the project schedule, the water line work is now complete outside of testing. Testing takes 2 or 3 days. It doesn't take 2 weeks, but you have to test every single joint, every single link, and that goes to water quality, bacteria, and things of that nature. The reason why you see the pause is that once you test it, everything has to stop. They have to test it 2 or 3 times. And in those moments, they jump over to do work like across from Commissioner Michael Paul's business, when that's why it looks like a disruption. When they're testing here, when the testing happens here and they can't install more water lines, they go work on that, and then they go back. And so that's how they're doing it. As far as water line work and sewer line work, it's a very kind of contained and tight space, and so you can't have as many people in the hole together working on it, but they did mobilize 2 crews to come from each end to connect with that. And as I communicated in the meetings with the businesses, when we get into this phase, the earthwork phase, that's when you can get more acceleration on it. They are correct. You know, we did think this was going to take 4 months, 8 weeks, and then the project was delayed because of the water line breaks. And yes, unfortunately, we're moving into the 13th month. And so that is very unfortunate. I'm keep going down through my notes on the questions that As far as the water line break, since this work was not contained in the original contract, it had to be approved through a rapid change order. And so you know about change orders and how they suck when you start a project. And because that was not contained in the initial contract, this is something I did talk with legal about. They set forth the time it would take to do the actual water line work once the materials arrived. The other factor around materials is that there was a shortage on materials. And this is something that is happening everywhere when it comes to steel, aluminum, and all these galvanized things. And so the amount of material that we needed was upwards of like $1.2 million of actual materials that needed to be delivered at once for them to be able to work. And so there has been a general shortage of these materials in general across the country. And even as we move into these new phases, thankfully we have everything we need. You see tariffs and all these other things that are being levied on these different materials as well. And so that was one of the reasons why those material shortages weren't by way of like not ordering, but by way of the availability of the materials, of the quantity that we needed it for the project, since it's so much of it. And so that was one thing that caused a delay around that. We have been working to hold them accountable for the project, but as far as that legal piece in the contract, it was for that initial work, and this essentially disrupted and created a change order for the contract. Thankfully, since we're through the water line phase, we're moving back into a place to where it's back into the original work of the contract, but there are still some caveats to the work since we had to put in the extra temporary road structure and all that stuff that needs to be removed. So essentially, when it comes to the contractual agreement and being able to levy those liquidated damages, legally it's very, very murky since the nature of the project has changed so dramatically for it. But the leadership at Fred Smith Company, I had a conversation with one of their vice presidents on Monday as well. They come out, they meet with us, and they're willing to do whatever it takes to move faster. But there's certain things around the nature of the work in this particular phase that make it really, that make it impossible for like OSHA and safety to have that many people in the hole at once. I'm trying to capture. And so where we are right now is the water line work is done, and they're moving into the earthwork phase. And so this is where, as communicated in the most recent, the last 3 meetings that we had with the business owners, we're evaluating to see how can we accelerate the earthwork phase. The earthwork phase is essentially the stone, asphalt, and concrete, which you see that typically moves much faster and doesn't require the level of inspection because nobody's drinking asphalt and dirt, right? And so it's essentially, unfortunately with this project, there are just a number of things that were outside of our control in the midst of material shortages on steel, escalating costs, rapidly increasing costs of steel and all these materials, and us being restricted to, because of the nature of the funding, that we can only use American-made products because we won't be reimbursed for it. When it comes to just the money piece, City of Raleigh has stepped up as a merger community, and they are, quote, footing the bill, for lack of better words, for all the changes that the work that is happening with related to the water line work. But unfortunately, the time it takes to do the work is the time it takes to do the work. So people, as far as City of Raleigh, they have been very responsive and helpful. And I have a call, I'll be calling them tomorrow morning as well on some other things. But they have been supportive in providing the necessary funding and accelerating the necessary approvals to be able to get the work done in an expedited manner. And so on the front of City of Raleigh, they're committed doing as much as they can do. Yes, there was an oversight in the system, in their asset management program, in the review of those engineering plans, and because a lot of this infrastructure is over like 50 years old, that the technology was not there to have those things located the way you come out and you call 811 before you dig. And so it resulted in having a very manual process when it comes to locating all these utilities. That was included in our complaint to them through our utility advisory board, and how it can say in a GIS that it's in this place, but then you dig and it's 3 feet over, it's 4 feet away. And that's something that is contained in ArcGIS that is unfortunately something that had not been managed historically by the people who maintain that, right? And so this this situation is a surprise to all of us on the project team. We've been working to update, edit project plans, alter, delay work, non-essential work for later, to compress the project schedule as much as possible, install offset catch basins and all these different things to change and save things for later that are not essential right now. And we're doing our absolute best with essentially the perfect storm that this handed us. And so we are apologetic about it. We're very, very sorry that this is impacting you all. It pains me every 3 weeks to come up and give you all these updates. In my language and my communication with y'all in those meetings, I'd say what I know, I tell you, no matter how good it is, no matter how bad it is. I've always presented the information to you all in an authentic way. As soon as I know, I let you know. The meeting that she was referring to, we were waiting on materials in January, and Fred Smith said when the materials arrive, we'll be able to provide you with an updated schedule, but they couldn't tell us when. They couldn't give us a schedule until they knew the actual day they can start. And there was one approval that was left that we had to work through with both DOT and the city of Raleigh. And in that time between that February meeting and that 3 weeks later March meeting was when we received the information. And that was the meeting that I provided the updated schedule to you all. That updated schedule did highlight the second week of October being the date in which the intersection opened. But since then, because we haven't had much rain until now, that project plan that they provided us on that day is 6 weeks ahead of time. Even the planned partial closure that we have coming up next week, I think it's next week, I can ask. I was at a conference last week, and so I think it's next week or the week after, was actually scheduled for mid-June. And so that what is going to be, you'll start seeing, we actually put out updates, Candace did, to about 4 or 5 different lane shifts they should expect, to where it'd be narrowed down to 1 lane, it'd be shifted this way, and changes in that. That was supposed to happen in late June, but it's actually going to be happening next week. And so we're pushing to accelerate the schedule that they gave us. That's why we pushed them to give us an actual schedule. The things that we can hold them accountable for, we are doing that. And they are proving to be ahead of schedule when there is no crazy thing that they're finding in the ground. We've had numerous, for lack of better words, ridiculous fines, subsurface-wise in this project. Old gas tanks that should have been removed, contaminated soils, and all these different things that just come from being a road in a town that has been here a very, very long time, that is just now moving into a modern engineering era. And so we've jumped numerous hurdles with the project. None of them has allowed us to get the project done in the initial timeline that we presented to you all, or even the initial timeline that you all thought we would have in 2017, 2018, before I even arrived here. I arrived here 2 months after the project started and inherited it. And thankfully, and we recently, as staff member, we've added another engineer to our staff, and we'll be adding another engineer and inspector to our staff in the upcoming budget to be able to take more ownership of the projects and the work that we're executing as a town. And so budgetarily, we're doing the best we can do. and adding the necessary staff to bring even stormwater approval internal this upcoming year, because as a growing town, we didn't really have, until the most recent property valuations and all these different things, we didn't have the tax base to provide certain staff, and so that's why we've had to contract it out. But as a result of this project, we are definitely bringing a lot of this stuff internal in real time. As soon as in July 1 is when you'll see it in the upcoming budget, to where we can take ownership and be able to essentially do what we need to do for ourselves without having to go to everybody else to get it done. And so I'm apologetic. I apologize on behalf of the town for how this has gone. It's truly unexpected, unknown. From an engineering standpoint, I've seen things happen in this project, and I've been an engineer since 2010, civil engineer since 2010. I've done numerous capital projects and streetscapes, and I've never seen this stuff. But a lot of the infrastructure I've dealt with is in cities that they had already proactively removed all of the AC water lines and subsurface infrastructure that is more than 30, 40 years old. And so that did not happen at the point of the merger in 1992. And we've inherited an infrastructure that's been here serving at a certain level, at a certain capacity for numerous years. But now we're, thankfully, as we kind of work and rectify this, I think this is a season that we will never have to see again, because we're putting in all the necessary changes and making all the necessary upgrades in our infrastructure that this never happens again. And so we do apologize. I can provide a more kind of robust update and bring in RK&K and Fred Smith and all of them in an upcoming meeting. I can get that slotted for them to ask more technical questions on the whys and hows around certain things. And I can also engage City of Raleigh for them to come in and talk about certain things as well. But we've been doing the best we can to kind of champion this thing. And so, yes.
So if I understand right, the water lines are done.
Yes.
When's the testing going to be done?
I need to check on that.
All right. And we have all the materials to finish the road?
Yes.
So what's our plan, and what's the timeline for getting this done as quickly as possible? Because that's what everyone cares about. When will the intersection be open?
Yeah, the intersection will be open. Right now it's slated at the second week of September. And so that's us being completely out of the way for that. And then, as you know, we've spoke with y'all about the two alternatives. That's the way that we decided on to do it, with the temporary kind of like road opening, to where there will be allowing traffic on North Main. To be traveling from north to south on Main Street. And so that's that date. And hopefully, as weather continues to be on our side and things, and we work through this remaining schedule, we can try to accelerate that. Now that we've kind of got into this phase where we can actually kind of add more effort to move that through. And so,
is Fred Smith on board with adding effort to help expedite this thing?
Yeah, so I talked with them on Monday, and we have scheduled to chat again tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
That answers, I'm sorry. No. That answers only one half of the problem, because the second half is that our citizens, our business owners on Main Street is suffering. And this is kind of the opposite of freedom in Rolesville and our local charm that we have here. What can we do legally? Either with, I understand that Raleigh is going to fit the bill, so to speak, for the water lines. But what partnership can we do with them to kind of deviate some of the pain that our businesses are suffering, right, in our nucleus, legally? Yes.
Since you said legally.
Yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir. Because I understand that the town just can't write a check.
So I've had multiple meetings with staff where they have brought forward ideas that they have been discussing, I presume, with either officials or perhaps those in this room. And the great restraint on many of those ideas is that we cannot use the public funds to directly pay or loan to the private businesses. We can use them to promote the downtown. We can use them to promote economic development generally. We can use them to promote tourism. You can do, I think, all of the ideas that Mr. Edens mentioned in his comments. At the end of the day, however, most of the requests that come to me relate to immediate acute costs. Think more along the lines of disaster relief kind of things. Can we pay someone to help them with their rent? We cannot. Can we make them a small business loan? We cannot. And that is where we are. I certainly would defer to the economic development folks for other ideas that I know that they're working on.
So we can continue to promote, send out flyers or, cards or something to the town to promote.
And
Absolutely.
We partner, work with Candace. We've sent out mailers. And I think it's important that I state that every idea that you've all thrown, every idea that you all have asked us to seek out, anytime y'all said, can you find funding for this? We've looked. We've gone through legal. I've even talked with our representatives and trying to make inroads with our State Department of Commerce to see if there is any kind of funding that's available for that. That's something that I even look for at City Vision in Greenville. Those are things that I've mentioned to people like Jeff Jackson and our governor when I've met them at his inaugural celebration. And so these are things that we continue to do and hunt down. And have not been able to find those things. And so that's that legal part, but then on an effort part, we're continuing to try to find a way that we can do it, but we have not been able to do it, haven't been able to find that legal avenue to do that. And so that's just the legalities of it when you say, is it legal or not, and us being a government public entity. And so anything that is legal that we can do, we've done our best to do and to work with them on ideas. NC Movement has been bringing great ideas that we're trying to partner with and take inspiration from and support as well. And so we'll continue trying to do as much as we can. But as far as the legal part, Dave kind of covered that.
Eric, is there any way to get this done faster than the second week of September?
The only way to get it done faster is complete closure of the intersection. And that has been something that in October of last year that we decided with, even through engaging our business community, because it will cut off traffic flow to even the parking lot or have North Main to up and down Main Street. The only way to accelerate it is to do a complete closure to allow work to be them to move freely. Because right now they have essentially a big travel lane going through. And so over the next week and a half, 2 weeks, they'll be narrowing it down to one lane to create more space to do earthwork. But that's the only way to do that. But there's been a decision that was made in October that we continue to not choose for the sake of allowing as much traffic flow for local patrons as possible.
And just to close the loop on that, if we were to do that, how soon could the intersection be opened?
Well, if we were to do that, there will be other problems that it would create. Our Perry Street community will be hammered with traffic. And so I just want to state that, and that is a driving factor in that. We do not want to do that and so, yeah. But what was the other part of your question?
Timeline, if we consider that, how?
I think the schedule will save like 6 weeks. It'd be 6, 8 weeks.
So beginning of August.
That's if you trust them.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And once you close it, you
the work since we received that schedule, they're ahead of time on it.
So there's no breach of contract or anything?
Right.
Because of the gravity, even from a legal standpoint, we spoke with them about it when the change orders came. Because the nature of the initial project has changed so much, it doesn't it basically makes to where those original, those liquidated damages can only be applied for the initial contracted work, and right? And so we issued top work orders and other things like that ahead of before because of things that were not going right, but those things were like on this end of the project, right? But as far as the things that are attached to that Main and Young area, which is essentially a massive change order that's, you know, maybe like 7-8% of that $26 million project is not applicable to that. And so, yeah.
So I don't know. I take this all in. I like all the ideas and everything else. And this is probably going to come out wrong, but like, man, shut the thing down for a week. Fred Smith should be bringing multiple people in here, read on an intersection, and have it done in a week. Because there's no way you could build roads anywhere in a week. I mean, I've just had enough of Fred Smith in general. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, how long would they have to shut down the intersection to save 6 weeks?
I would have to talk to him about it.
I would just.
Yeah.
But even if they shut down the intersection, they're not there working. They're not there
Right.
working
Yeah.
overnight and doing everything that they could be, and that's what's so frustrating.
It is
Yeah,
for
that's-
everybody.
They're not doing what they said they were
That's-
going to do.
Let's round this back up. So we've already done public comment.
This is important to the town.
I understand.
This is important to all of us. There's a lot of emotion here. And for you to shut us down, you know, it call us out of time, and maybe your time, sir.
That's your choice.
Because we're here, we're trying to be positive. And look, I was when they told us, and this is what I want to say. They said, okay, let's give you all an option. We're going, if you shut it down, we can get it done in 2 months. That's where the 2 months came from. Now, if you agree to one-way traffic, take 4 months. So we were given the option of 4 months. You know, with two-way traffic. Well, so we said, if you can do it in 2 months, shut it down. So that's how the shutdown came. And you can't trust them. It's like you said.
No, you can't trust them.
Commissioner Melvin, you are 100% correct. Now, they got people working everywhere. New jobs, and why, if they would come up here and put the emphasis, they wouldn't even have to shut it down. It's like there's 100 drainage pipes that's gotta go down North Main, go over to Williams Street. They haven't even started. I mean, they can't get done by September at 2 drainage pipes a day. I mean, they're not working on it. They're just, it's like one crew. And you know, that's what's so frustrating.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I think we all are. And the board is frustrated, everybody's frustrated. So I understand where you're coming from, Rick. I really do. So thanks for your comments. Any other comments from the board? Any other comments from you? I think the board is apologetic too for all of you. I mean, I can understand where you're coming from for sure. I kept hearing you use the word accelerate. I do go through there. I don't go through there 5 or 6 times like you do, Rick, but I probably go through there once or twice a day, and I don't see people working there either. I mean, when I go through there, I don't see minimum work going on, but I keep understanding it has to do with the water line being tested and stuff.
Yeah, so they're transitioning to the next phase.
Yeah,
right? And so
I think you've used the word accelerated at least a couple times when you was talking there. And I think from what Paul's comments, everybody's comment, people's comment, everybody's comment, we need acceleration in there.
Urgency, sir.
You give me a hand on that, huh? Yeah, we need acceleration, and we need whatever it needs to do. I'm glad to hear the water lines is wrapping up, because that was a slow process. But now, if that's wrapping up, as you say, if you're telling everybody, telling the people, and everybody is wrapping up, then I expect to see some acceleration down there. Like some comments, move all the crews down there.
That's right.
Move them all down there.
So I have a question.
And let's get it done. Because it's really, my understanding with the water lines being completed, it's back to the original project, and it should move pretty quick.
That's correct. It's back to the original project with the road in the middle. That's in the middle of the original project for clarity. But this is something that I spoke with them about on Monday, and I'll speak to them about tomorrow. We had already have a scheduled conversation about that. So I'll take it to them and report back to you all on it.
Okay, and I think April one.
Question, if after the testing is done, how quickly could it be completed? But you said you have to speak with them to find out when the testing is going to be done. And then you said it's back to the original project after that.
So we have a timeline that is that September date, right? And so that's how long that the timeline that they gave us that it will take to complete, right? Again, they're 5-6 weeks ahead of the original time. More conversation, we'll keep pushing with that. But this is something I can take to them and get an answer on.
Please ask, because I think you said you were going to talk to Fred Smith, Vice President, coming up soon?
It was one of their leaders, yeah, that called me on Monday, yes, sir.
Yeah, definitely have, next time they call, that one of us be present so we can make sure that they understand the urgency behind this. And with different...
I can provide y'all the contact
Hold on, please, let me finish. With the engineering process, I done seen this plenty of times with the Corps of Engineers in the Army. When a project is behind like this or unexpected things happen, we understand. Unexpected things happen. And the water line is it that happened, which put the project in chaos. But right now, we have a sense of urgency because I do not want to see our businesses shut down due to this project. So therefore, Fred Smith, Vice President, needs to have a nice push. In the military, I like to call it push. Y'all know what I'm saying. Is to make sure they understand the urgency behind this, meaning that all hands on deck to get this project done day and night, and they can't say they not getting paid because the project is getting funded. So I think that we can come to a good compromise on that, and I don't mind being there for that conversation. I love that. Well, this is definitely valuable for our town.
Okay. Pam, you got something real quick?
I have something real quick. Who is it that's chewing butt with Fred Smith and all those people? I lived with a mayor for 13 years, and he was on the phone constantly chewing butt with everybody. And is that not allowed anymore?
Yeah, we are.
I mean, you know, it's good to have good working relationships, but this is crazy.
Yeah.
I don't see people walking around and slinging their arms, and, you know, and my mayor was a whole lot, I realize that, but not a whole lot done. And,
Yeah,
and I'm not reflecting or deflecting on you, Mayor. I'm just saying, you know, who is it that speaks in an ugly voice to these people instead of calling them?
Well, I tell you this, I won't be doing that here in front of you right now.
We would like to see it.
But I do have those conversations with them. This right here is not the space for that. But I assure you that we've been reinforcing that and even had conversations with our state representatives as well.
And we've
Mike
got
Schnitzel and also just
Brad Knox and everybody.
and moved to the Senate. This was a topic at our legislative update where current Congresswoman Deborah Rawson, all of them were present as well. And so we are leveraging all the equity we have to push this thing, y'all. Like,
And we'll
I
see.
don't want that to go unsaid that we're doing that.
And we'll see. We'll see once they finish these water lines if they'll live up to their thing. I mean, it's back on Fred Smith now, but we've leveraged a lot of representatives, Terrence, and
Let us know when the water line testing is done, because that's when we should start seeing some real movement and some round-the-clock teams out there working.
I'll provide you an update.
I have one last question, if you don't mind, sir.
yeah.
Is there a way that we could do, and even if we have to do an emergency meeting, is to have a work session with all those project managers here in town? That way it would be, I think, accountability at its best.
Yeah, yeah. It's fine.
Yeah, okay.
They've never expressed the issue with that. Our most recent, the 2 formal updates, they came in for that as well. So yes.
All right, so with that, I'm going to let Kyle, I know something Kyle wanted to say. If you still got something to say, you're going to end it up for us, Kyle. So come up, what is it that you want to say, and I'll let you end it up.
My other thing was speaking on the finances. If we're not able to give it back to the community, using that idea of holding some type of town event to show awareness to these small businesses. Just throw out, a huge block party or something and say, hey, all of the proceeds from this go back to the small businesses. That's a legal loop to say, hey, anything that comes from this event that is put in place by the town of Rolesville then can go back to small businesses.
Great idea.
And then another thing is not personally going after you, but if you've listed multiple things of ideas where we could go after Fred Smith and go after the city of Raleigh to step up their game and show way more support and way more immediacy or an accelerated timeline to get this stuff done. And I know you said that you'll be speaking with them in the next coming days, but have them come here and sit in front of the town of Rolesville that they are doing this project for, and not put them on trial, that sounds terrible, but let them see exactly all of our claims and our issues.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just, it needs to happen.
That's fine. I'll invite them. In their defense, we invite them. They come to, their representatives, they come to the meetings with small businesses, but and they've come here and presented twice as well when we gave those formal updates in October last year and early this year. And so they have never said they don't want to do that. And so I can put that on the agenda.
So thank you, everybody coming out. Appreciate you coming out, and I would say Eric has done everything he could do to get through this project. The water lines was, something that no one anticipated, and he didn't anticipate it. So you've done a good job, Eric, I think, of trying to get things done, even though it's a slow process. And this, I know it's frustrating for the business owners. It's frustrating for us. It's frustrating for Eric. It's frustrating staff. But it's frustrating for everybody in Rolesville. I mean, that's the problem. It's not just, I think the business owners is the biggest impact for sure, because you down there living with the dust and the dirt and the machines every day. So I think for definitely you guys are the biggest impact for sure. But if it impacts everybody. Purr Street, people on Purr Street, people, coming through town. I even hear, whenever something happens on Forestville Road, that somebody mentioned it impacts Rolesville traffic and things like that. So everybody gets impacted. We feel for you. I would say on behalf of the board, we apologize. No one expected the water lines to be bad, I don't think, and it's just something that got us all in a pickle here, but we feel for you. We're going to continue to work. Thank you for coming out. Thank you all for coming out. Maybe this will address some tension. Maybe we'll share this with Fred Smith.
Yeah.
And this, Fred Smith can hear some of your comments too, and that'll help out too. So
yeah. And then if I can make an additional petition, Mr. Eden was correct. Rolesville is a place of hope, but there's even a scripture in the Bible that says hope deferred makes the heart sick, right? And so we understand that this has been stretched out to a place of hopelessness, right? If I can make a petition to our community, we don't need your hope, we need your patronage to these businesses. We need you to go and put your dollar where these businesses' hearts are. I bought a mini plants and a mini Hershey's ice cream scoops over this by one person. And so I really am petitioning our community to really come and patron the small businesses, and not do it out of pity, but do it out of the fact that they actually have great products there, and it's a worthy place to put your dollar. We'll be having we'll be making a budget presentation in 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks. And I'll be alluding to a lot of the things that are going on within the greater kind of economic ecosystem. And this is a perfect storm in many, many ways when it comes to cost, affordability, and all these different things. But it's really important that we stand together as a town and support our small businesses. And you all, all of each of you who may listen to this, and the 13,000 residents that live here, to come and really partake in our downtown experience. These businesses are continuing to push through, and even as the project goes on, they're opening up in Cobblestone, and they're doing events and things to make it something for you to come around, but please come through and patronize the businesses. We really need you all to do that.
Thank you. Thank y'all for coming out. Come up. You hadn't spoken, so.
No, just to small businesses. I'm the athletic director.
Yeah, hey, come to the mic if you don't mind.
So, Jacob Gross, athletic director at Rolesville High School. I've been talking since all this is going on, I've been talking with our principal, talking with our PTSA president, talking to our booster club. Our PTSA is having an event on Saturday, and they would love for businesses to come out. They said they can have a spot available to promote their businesses and just trying to do everything they can to try to help out these businesses. She said that if it's something they want to come out, if it's something they just want to hand out flyers just to kind of promote the businesses down there to any of the students or any of the people that come to the event on Saturday, it's something that they're willing to help. I'll talk to my principal. He's told me to he basically said shoot him an email, and he can set up something with the businesses that we have and try to promote it that way as well. So the school would like to help out as much as we possibly can.
If you communicate with me, I'll have Michael be the intermediary. He's like he's their point of contact. He has all the business owners, including Cobblestone and Walbrook, all of their contact info.
Okay. So
and he can be that person that can help facilitate that.
I know that we have 2,400 kids at the school. That's a lot of families that might not be aware of the things that are going on. But if it's something that we can provide some more support and help, then I'm here to help.
Hey, Jacob, why don't we look at what the school can do by having events on site at the businesses in the intersection?
Yeah.
Rather than at the school. Have the students and all the families come to the location rather than us going to the school.
Right. Well, I know that they do have an event going this Saturday.
Sure.
So
No, but anything else,
Yeah.
let's move it to on
anything that
site.
we can do to try to, bridge that.
Be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. Okay. Thanks again. Appreciate everybody coming out. And thanks, Eric, for your engagement there. Appreciate it. Communications from town staff. First, Public Works, Isaac Pullman, Public Works Director. You got an update for us?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Hope you all are doing well. Thank you for the opportunity to update you briefly on the Public Works Department and what we've got going on. Spring is in full effect, so there is a lot going on with that. We've got daily preparations of all the t-ball, softball, baseball fields, along with weekly prep for all the soccer programs, along with landscaping in full swing as well. So cutting grass all over town, trimming bushes, pruning trees, trying to keep our parks and greenways in tip-top shape. As well as you can imagine, it's very heavy this time of year. So we're doing our best to keep up with that, and also working on ways to speed up that process, along with updating residents with all the important information they need as far as yard waste restrictions and things that go along with that. We have had a couple employees in the last couple months in some training, along at School of Government, also at NC State through the ITRI program there. And myself, along with MedEd, have met with a couple three contractors regarding Granite Falls Boulevard and what we want to do there. We're currently waiting on one quote to come back from them before we decide who we're going to go with and what route we're going to take to get Granite Falls situated. We have added some no heavy truck signs around the Perry, Pulley, and Williams area to try to help deter some of those vehicles from staying off of those roads. And last but not least, we do still have a few positions open within the department, but we've had quite a few good applications put in. So we hope to start holding those interviews next week and get some more employees within our department to help things move along a little bit quicker and smoother.
Thank you. Any questions for Isaac? Board?
Doing a great job, sir.
Thank you, Isaac.
Thank you. Parks and Recreation, June Green.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. How y'all doing this evening? I come before you from the Parks and Recreation team, not department. We're a team. We work together. We have now filled our athletic coordinator position with Mr. Brandon Metzel. He was hired on March 25th. He came in from the I-9 background, so he has a lot of experience with the coordinating and setting up. So he has came in and he has meshed good with the staff, and he's came in and taken right off. Our pair, we actually met at the farm at our last meeting. We meet on the fourth Wednesday of every month at 6 p.m. right here. But last month, we actually met at the farm so that they can kind of just get a look of the layout and actually see it from the actual sitting into the parking lot and looking at the area. And by chance, if you don't know who our members are for the advisory board, we have our chairs, Dr. O'Hari. Our co-chair is Clay Campbell. We have Dick Arman, Judy Schweik, and Gager, and Joni Latterman, and Lucas. He has a funny name. I just call him Lucas M. He's our high school student because his name, I mess it up every time. He keep telling me, he just say, just call me Lucas. So those are our pair members who are out in the community and bringing us back information and letting us know what actually is going on. And of course, you all know our great liaison to the board there, Mr. Paul Vega. Also, so just to give you a little breakdown of what's been going on in Parks and Recreation, which is, as you know, this is our busy season right now. We had Rec Day, that was on April the 5th. We had 27 teams, that's including baseball, softball, and t-ball. It started. Soccer, right now, we have 24 teams in soccer. Both of those will be ending their regular season this week or next week, tournaments right after. So by the end of the month, we should be finishing up, and our two older baseball 10 and 12 U's, after that, they'll be getting ready for All-Star. So we will be having an All-Star for our 10 and 12 U this season. As far as events coming up, we have the Memorial Mile that's coming up on May the 26th right here in the community center. What we'll do is start off there, have a brief program that morning, and then what we'll do is walk up to CBS and back, which is the equivalent of a mile. So we will be doing that on the 26th at 11. Also, Freedom in the Park. That is our Juneteenth event. That will be June 21st at our newly renovated amphitheater at Millbridge. So that right there is going to be a great kickoff to open up the new renovated amphitheater and out there at Millbridge. So we were really excited about that. That's going to be from actually 2 to 6 p.m. Last year we did it from 10 to 2, and the ones who came at about 12, we was all melting. It was hot. So we decided to try to move it back a little bit, see can we get more of a crowd out there and kind of lower the temperature. Also, we have our 4th of July celebration, of course, on July the 4th. That's going to start at 5 p.m. Right now, we all know about the different projects we got. Our two biggest ones that's going on right now is the farm that we discussed. The driveway entrance is done, parking lot, so that part is done. So now we are in the process of redesigning the original the layout that we had for the park, because we are going to do something different with the community center from different what we had in the past. And past it was just going to be like a little small meeting room like that, but we are now looking to turn it into an actual gymnasium / community center. so we can offer more events and stuff in there, not just small events. So we can do stuff for our youth, like open gym and stuff like that. So we are trying to do all that with that. So right now we're in the process of soon we'll be looking for an engineer to come up with a design for the farm. Also, Millbridge Nature Park. We are probably at about 80, 85, 90% complete over there. They have been pulling concrete, as you've been seeing in some of the videos and stuff that's been going on throughout through social media about showing some of the pictures of the work that's been done. So we have a lot of stuff that's been going on. I can sit up here and talk for hours about everything that Parks and Rec got, but I just wanted to make sure I hit on the major things. And also, during the month of, what was that last month, April? Yes, during April, it was National Autism Month. I want to thank the police, PD, for doing a joint venture with us during the month for autism, where we actually took the police car out to 2 of our events, and we had the citizens paint their hands and place them on the car. That was a huge event for both of them. We did it for Rec Day, and we did it for the Easter egg hunt that we had. They loved it. We had a QR code for people to donate. Several people was donating there. They wanted to give us money. We told them we cannot take cash. They had to use a QR code. But I want to thank PD for helping us out, as well as Public Works for getting the stuff there and getting us all set up for all of our events and stuff. So does anyone have any questions?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said you're looking for an engineer to create plans for the community center.
Yes, ma'am.
What about the plans that were already in place?
Well, we are going to kind of use some of those to actually get some ideas, but the one that we are going to look for, not as grand scale as that one was, we're going to try to scale it down a little bit. And plus, we also got to, this engineer is also going to have to redesign the park, because the footprint is bigger than what the original footprint was of the community center. So the community center originally was going to be about the size of that room.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's going to be a gymnasium. So the footprint of the pipes and construction engineering had to go back in place for that part.
So then that's going to, so the area around that community center also has to be redesigned?
Yes. Yes.
So how much of that original plan is still good?
95% of it's still good.
Okay.
The only thing that's really going to be changing is that area around the community center where we're sitting.
Okay.
The footprint's going to be a little bigger, but everything else, we're still looking at doing the ball fields and so forth.
And how much do you think this is, ballpark, may cost for the engineering?
Thanks, right.
Don't do it, June.
Huh?
Don't do it. It needs to be bid out.
Yes, true.
These costs are ever evolving and changing, and I just don't want you to write a check that will end up being bigger.
Okay.
It needs to be bid out. And so June is saying community center. You do know within our town campus, there is a community center plan
I do.
that's further out, about 9 years into our capital improvement program future. And so the hope was to take that event center that had an amphitheater and add a gymnasium / rentable space that could be revenue generating there to help expand it. And so that's the tweak that's been made to that particular one. And the McAdams engineering firm had done a preliminary plan, site design for that, which the 30% design for it. And so, and as June stated, it's just changing the footprint of that building. But the activity fields and their orientation and all that remain the same. And then a part of that is also looking at how we can change the utilization of some of that open space. Because you mentioned with the budget committee, how can we put something like a flower garden, wildflower garden, pollinator garden to kind of take up some of that acreage before we move into the other phases. So we're trying to take those new ideas into account, because that site plan and vision for that is about 7 years old, I think. It predates me. They're saying like 2017, 18, or more for that. So
And to clarify, that community center is not going to take the place of the one we're planning.
That's
on.
correct. That's why it's an
just
event center.
It's like a
Yeah.
step, yeah, we'll need both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you, June. Appreciate that. Thanks a lot. Item 9C, pay study. AutoSolve will be presenting that. Jeff Turner. Lisa, is anything you want to kick it off with, or anything you want to say to kick it off?
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. Several years ago, the board adopted a resolution saying that they were committed to making sure staff were either at or above market when it comes to salaries. And a byproduct of that is a pay study that we committed to every 3 years. This was our year to conduct that pay study, and we selected AutoSolve. They're an organization out of Florida, and we do have them waiting to make the presentation to you all. They're going to give you some information about the methodology, the peer groups that they looked at, and they're going to give you some recommendations how to move forward as it pertains to salaries. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jeff Turner, unless you have something you want to add.
And then I'll be kind of coming behind them, and as they're presenting this information and their findings, and then I'll let you know how we plan on how that'll be an impact and how that'll be implemented budgetarily in the upcoming budget, and what we're looking at as far as the changes in compensation and shifts in class as well, from a more organizational standpoint as well, and then how some of those findings are kind of spurring out across some initiatives we're going to be shifting with our organizational strategy and some of our policies that they discovered as well.
And they will be joining us virtually.
Good evening. Can everyone hear us?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Hey, good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, and Town of Rolesville staff. I'm Jeff Turner, and we're very excited tonight to go ahead and present our findings for the classification and compensation study. We prepared a summary report for your review, and I'm going to have Alex present and kind of run through that, run through the report, so you get a good idea of what we were able to accomplish over the several months we work with you. Tonight, to go ahead and present our findings for the classification and compensation. Alex, go ahead.
Oh, how you guys doing? My name's Alex Turner. Oh, I'm going to share my screen. I am a senior compensation analyst with AutoSolve. So if you guys can all see the screen, I will present the summary report. 1 second. So really the way we like to do these is to kind of start, the way we like to do these is to kind of start with the goals, study introduction and kind of the goals of the project, then go into, AutoSolve's methodology, kind of how we kind of got to our recommendations later on. So to kind of give an overview, this study was performed from November to March of 2025. It was performed from November 2024 to March 2025. It was a comprehensive classification and compensation study for the town of Rolesville. This study is focused on 71 employees and 47 classifications. The main goal of a compensation study is to provide a plan and propose recommendations to help improve the compensation system that aids the town. And some of the main ways that we want to aid the town is to be able to attract and retain qualified employees, and ensure positions are performing similar work with essentially the same level of complexity, responsibility, knowledge, skills, and abilities are classified together. And we really want to be able to provide and maintain a competitive position within your comparable market as well. So that's really looking at different towns and cities that where you could lose or you could hire employees from, kind of your competitive market. So really, it's really the geographic area you're located. And the study methodology that also really follows is we're two parts. We're quantitative and we're qualitative. So what we like to call is internal. So some of the qualitative part you'll see was with the internal equity, where we kind of review internal plan, what you're currently utilizing within the town, and get some of your employees' sentiment of how they feel about the town, their culture, their work environment, things of that nature. And then we kind of go external as well, where we collect the market data from the different peers. And we'll go into the peer groups in a minute of the ones we went out and got the peer salary information from. To kind of start off, we like to emphasize the start of the call, the start of the project, which is the kickoff call. And that's how we go. Also, we learn what kind of the main issues this town has been facing. And it really helps set the tone for the project. This is where we kind of go and collect and say what data we need and move forward. And really, this is where we emphasize AutoSolve that we're open to communicating. We are a partner with the town, and we take what the department heads, some of the town management has to offer and what they feel that needs to be corrected into consideration when we make our proposed recommendations. So from the kickoff call with our methodology, the next step is to review their current pay plan. So really, what is the town currently using at the start of the study? So back in November, we reviewed what you guys were currently using, and this is pretty much the base of the study. So all our recommendations are gonna be based off this set of data. The next thing that AutoSolve does is we do a classification evaluation, and what we like to call internal equity evaluation. So AutoSolve has 2 proprietary surveys that we use to help collect internal data. One of the surveys we like to call is our anonymous organizational survey. And this is where we collect the qualitative information about the organization, the management and culture, and the work environment from the employees. So we make it anonymous so employees feel they can provide the data without being scrutinized. Okay, a manager might come back and say, hey, you said this in the survey, why are you saying these things? So really, we provide an open forum for all employees. We provide exactly how they're kind of feeling about the organization. And then we provide a summary of this within the compensation study report. That kind of, we break it down for you to give answers for each of these questions. And this survey has about 13 questions we kind of go through. And again, we summarize it within that final report, the whole study report. The next survey we like to use is the internal individual employee survey. And this is what we use to collect the up-to-date classification and job duties from the employees. So they're putting in exactly what they are doing on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month basis. That helps us update job descriptions, helps us review those classifications to make sure they are still within what they're actually doing. So that's where we kind of will go update. We'll look across the departments as well to see, hey, this classification is similar to this one. Maybe they should be the same. It should be the same. Maybe we should separate them out, things like that. The next part of the project is when we go into the external competition. Now, this is our market survey. So this is where we go and we'll collect the data from the peer group. And we'll do apples to apples comparison. So we're adjusting for cost of living around each of the different counties around you to make sure that it's the most up-to-date data that we can use to help create and propose a new plan for you guys. The next thing we do is what we call a classification grading. Now, this is where we go through and we rank each of the classifications within your town. And the rank is based off duties, responsibilities, and impact with the town. And this assists us when we assign new classification grades. And we take, our knowledge as experts, the internal data we collected from the employees, and the external data we collected from the peer group to help make this grading, to help us really get in line with where classification should be in regards to their new compensation range. And the final thing from this, what we create is we provide our implementation plan. We provide our proposed recommendations, and we show where we provide estimated costs for this plan. And at the end of it, we also provide a management system in an Excel form to kind of help manage that proposed plan if it gets implemented, to be able to easily see how much it's going to cost per employee to bring them into the new plan. And we provide a way where you can kind of make estimates later on over the next 2 to 3 years. Because the goal of us is to be able to have a plan, a new compensation plan where it can be used by the town for the next 2 to 3 years. Okay. Moving on, this is our study methodology just in a diagram format. As you can see, we just went through exactly what I just talked about. I'll scroll through. so you guys can see. And these are the market peers. So this is the peer group where we pulled from the market data to help create that new proposed plan for you guys. So there's about 13 peers, and you can see it's really peers really in your area, where people, you can lose your employees to, or where you can hire employees from. So that's really what we also focus on. Actual places where it'll affect you guys and you could lose employees to. Because when sometimes you see these studies where people are pulling from all these different states and things like that, but we don't want to do that. We want to make sure it's in your competitive market.
Hey, Alex, let me add. So we define the peers, right? So we're working with, Lisa and Lily and to make sure we're agreeing on which peers to go after. So this is a collaboration when we're pulling this together.
And let's keep going. The proposed compensation system. Again, now we can kind of get into what we found within the different steps of the study. So as you can see, these are summary findings from the study itself. So our first section, what I talked about before, was a review of the current pay plan system. And there's a few things we want to highlight. These are things we like to correct or fix and help make better and propose to correct. From here, what some of the main things we found were Town of Rolesville was currently only using a one plan system, just a general plan. It was already pretty easy to understand. It was assigned one grade per classification. It was uniform. It made sense. If you were just looking at it, not knowing much about, compensation or this type of thing, that you could understand, oh, this makes sense. We move up these in a set way. Again, it's set. The main things I want to highlight is we found a few employees that were below the current grade minimum, which were outside of the current plan. So really, we make to highlight those employees and make sure we're going to bring them into the plan when we propose a new plan. And another thing is we found some compression. So we found compression relative in the system, and compression can mean a few things. So it could mean that employees are getting paid either the same or more than their supervisor. It could be compression within the classification, which we found with you guys, within some of the police sergeant and the police lieutenant employees, or it could be compression that is found across the department where there are similar classifications found in different departments that are getting paid differently, but their roles and duties are very similar. The next part was the anonymous survey findings. Again, this was where we asked the employees for their honest, feelings about management culture and the work environment they're working in. And we kind of we had some few highlights. Mainly was people felt, they felt they needed compensation increases. They felt they needed more, expand the workforce. They felt, there needs to be more transparent communication across departments. And they felt that, growth structure and policies need to be more transparent. And again, these are actual items we like to provide for, the town to help be able to give a way for them to kind of implement or to think about ways to help their employees in a way. And we've tried to put it in a manageable format for you. And again, this goes more in depth on each question. Within the final report, it's about 60 pages. I'm sure you guys can get access to, obviously. But it goes way more in depth with the 13 questions, the 12 questions, and kind of the breakdown of all the answers and the average answers for those. The next part was the market survey. So this is where we went through those 13 peers, adjusted the cost of living relative to the town of Rolesville, and these are the summary findings overall. So as you can see, overall at the minimum, this is the main one also likes to look at, is the minimum. So you guys, in your competitive market, you guys were about 10.86%, so about 11% below the average of the competitive market of those selected peers. And this is from here. Now with the recommendations, we use all the findings from the study to help present what we feel will help correct the issues that we found. The main things that we like to highlight are we ended up proposing that Rolesville goes from one plan to two plans, a general plan and a public safety plan. The next thing a big thing we proposed was we increased the pay grades from 33 to 35. Then we also brought the grade range spread to about 70%. And a big thing here with the two plans, as Lisa was saying, that we are proposing to bring the pay grades to a competitive average in the 55th percentile, so we're at the top 45% relative to the market. So these new proposed plans are going to be above average starting at the minimum relative to the market data we collected. Again, then we added a few positions to help provide some more ladders, really to help show a way for employees to get promoted in the position, to help with the retention issue as well. And then finally, we landed on an implementation option of bring to new minimum or a 4.3% increase. Now with this implementation option, it adjusts each employee's current salary to the minimum of the new proposed pay grade, or if the employee's salary is already at or above their new proposed minimum, the employee will be given at least a 4.3% increase. With that being said, there were a few, I said earlier, there was some compression, and we also adjusted a few employees within the police sergeant and lieutenant classification to help correct compression that we found within their department. Now, kind of going back down to the recommendations, as we kind of say, now this kind of breaks down the whole general plan and the public safety plan. We're about to scroll through. And again, what I really like to highlight is these plans are within the 55th percentile. So we're proposing plans that are more competitive than your average market. Now for the general plan, it's about 21 grades with average range, like I said, about 70%. It's going to affect 8 departments. And it's 31 employees are assigned to this plan. Public safety, about 14 grades. And again, range spread was at 70%. This is only 2 departments, the fire and police, and it's affecting around 39 employees. Now, as I scroll through next, you're going to see actually the breakdown of the proposed general plan and the proposed general public safety plan. As you can see, the very least minimum is starting around 43,000, and the highest is going around 245,000 to the proposed maximum for the general plan. I'll just leave this on you so you guys take a look. And then moving on to the proposed public safety plan, we're starting right around the 56,000 at the minimum, and then all the way to the very max of the plan would be right around 206,000. Again, I'll let you guys take a look for a second. Okay. Now again, right here, this table really just is our recommendations for each pay grade. And again, we kind of use the data from the market data and the internal surveys to help do a ranking system to help us make sure we provide the right grading for each employee in each classification, each classification in this case. Again, I'll just scroll through this real quick. We don't have to go through each one. Just so you can kind of see, provided in the summary report. The police, the general plan. And now we're kind of going back to the implementation option. So again, with the study, with our findings from the internal surveys, data, and working with the town management team, we came up with our implementation option, bring to new minimum or an increase of 4.3%. And this 4.3% is coming from the average per capita income increases in Wake County, North Carolina over the last 10 years. And we're excluding COVID outlier years in this case. And again, with this 4.3 increase, along with the proposed pay scales, including it includes a cost of living adjustment needed for the town of Rolesville to help you guys remain competitive in the market. And again, now getting to the numbers for the total recommended implementation cost. To implement this, it'll cost right around $348,000. And again, this is affecting all employees, all 71 employees, with about 45 employees getting 4.3% increase, another 17 employees being brought to their new pay grade minimum, and then those 8 employees that were given a customized increase to help correct the compression that they were experiencing within their department. Now we have charts below, so it kind of breaks it down way easier to see. Let me go there right now. As you can see, this is where we got the historical per capita income. Breaks it down for you guys a percentage, and we use the average 4.3 to help get to that 4.3 number. And let me zoom out for you so you can see this as well. And then you can see the breakdown of what the proposed implementation cost. Again, right around $348,000, affecting all employees, 71 employees. It'll be around an average increase around 6.5 at the end of the day per employee. Anything else to add?
No, thanks, Alex. I think that's great. Do we have any questions? I know there's a lot of information to unpack right there. I think everyone's got a copy of this, but we can answer any specific questions if needed as well.
I do, sir. Thank you for the presentation.
Yes.
How was the job matching performed to ensure comparability between the position we have in town and the current market?
Yes, so we would send it was an Excel file format where we list out all the positions that we're looking to collect data on. We provide a description of that job, the experience required, and the years of education required. And then we would send it out saying, hey, we're looking to collect this information on these classifications. And they would provide we tell them within around an 80% of job duties for those positions. And if they had any questions, they would reach back out to us to help, and we could help them with that as well.
And in addition to that, what they would do is if they had a job that was very similar, they just tell us the name of that classification if it was different.
And if I may add, so myself, Lily, Stephen, Miss Lisa, most definitely, and Amy, we had an internal team that worked to ensure all the job descriptions were up to date. So each employee completed a survey about their job, updated their job descriptions, because we know that some things were added over time and what have you. And then we worked to create in certain positions that leadership pipeline, growth pipeline from like a maintenance worker 1, 2, 3, 4, to make sure that those things were accounted for, those nuances were accounted for, so that the resulting salaries and bands that they had assigned reflected not just where we are, but where we want to see kind of the growth go, and to provide, so that we can provide more assurance for our staff to know where they kind of fit and where they can grow in their particular like pipeline too. So this is kind of working all together to do that. And so we're very intentional on doing that and making sure those things were up to date so that it matched up kind of apples to apples.
Any other questions? I guess this is a question maybe for you, Eric.
Any other questions?
I see Lisa, but so maybe you can answer this. Is the 348 plan in cost, is that in addition to the annual increase? In other words, is the annual increase included in this 348, or is it annual increases, normal increases, and then the 348?
It's included. And so we typically every year do a market adjustment plus a cost of living adjustment. That cost of living was taken into account in their work. And so that 4.3, that is like, was essentially the minimum that every employee will get, but others will get more, captures both that market and cost of living. The other piece that they will still get is their merit that is attached to their performance appraisal that happens on their annual date. And so that'll be another avenue for increased compensation as well.
So if I hear what you're saying, the 348 is all inclusive except for the merit.
The 4.3 includes everything except for the merit. Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
And for the record, it includes the fire department. I know they may watch this. They're not included in the count because they're not employees right now, but their positions, their class and their pay was included in that. And also that was one of the driving factors of keeping Wake County in there as well, because Wake County is a major kind of like plumb line or measuring when it comes to that with the fire department.
Okay, Alex, you can go ahead and stop displaying.
Sounds good. Oh, give me 1 second.
Well, we enjoyed working with everyone, and thank you so much for selecting us.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you joining us tonight. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Eric, you or Lisa, anything you want to wrap up with this topic?
Yeah, what I'll add is, first of all, thank you both for helping us get through this. This is really important. As Amy says, a paycheck is an employee's love language. And so making sure that we're working through it and we're accurate in it was very important. So he presented those findings. There's that executive summary that's in front of you. But I wanted to just kind of cover what you will be seeing budgetarily and also from an organizational standpoint, just go through that real quick. And so I will be recommending within the budget that we fully fund the recommendation of that 4.3% being that minimum amount that every employee gets. But the average that we'll see across the increases across employees will be, as they stated, closer to 6.5%. So every employee will get something, and the minimum will be 4.3%. Just to state that, because I know employees will be watching for that. The thing that we'll continue working on, and in the report, we're talking about strategically navigating compression within certain positions. That's one thing that'll be a little bit more tailored, and so we'll continue working with them on that. But the recommended, this anticipated cost of that 348, 947 is where we believe that we're like 95% sure that we'll land in that ballpark in that. And so it'll be at or around that number. Whatever number we land on will be incorporated with our budget. What the budget committee knows is that it being a pay steady year, and then with revenues being down, this is taking a big chunk of those new revenues that we're getting from like year to year. And so we're prioritizing this within the overall budget and essentially fitting everything around making sure we take care of the employees we have and really looking at that. The pay study, that report that he gave us, and even the conversations that we had with them revealed several different things. I'm referring to them as gaps in our kind of like organizational philosophy and even some of our practices that are the things that surround pay. And so hiring philosophies, there's nothing dramatically wrong, but looking at certain things about language. And so like at the end of our 6 months, first 6 months, there's, we get the 5%. Everybody calls that 5% something else. They call it bonus, they call it this, they call it that. But then how that 5% is being implemented as, when it should be like a 5% that's retained, and then you get the 5% you should get to bring you up to market and not be 5% above market, right? And so certain things and ways that in the hiring practices over time, when we look at the data, has created that compression that we see in departments and things that we have to kind of course correct with that. And so as a result, the other part is our performance management approach. And so our merit in general, even though we've had a structured program for it, the application hasn't been consistent across departments. And so that's something we have to work with department heads and supervisors on to make sure we kind of get to a common practice on that, to ensure that we have the proper kind of bell curve in which the people who are exceeding are getting to exceed. And it's not, we're not every year, everybody getting exceeds, right? So that we make sure that we're creating that true reward for that performance, and also not, again, contributing to things like compression, either within a department or interdepartmentally, or for lack of better words, passively driving up and shifting some of the operational expenses from year to year. The other things that we'll be tweaking is around our organizational strategy and language, and also our personnel policy. There's something that Ms. Lisa will be bringing before you. There'll be certain tweaks in around compensation that we are required to bring before you. So we're just looking at both our personnel policy and also those administrative policies to get us all on the same page and really look at what is the what is the best strategy that we can put in place and philosophy we can put in place to ensure that we kind of correct some of the things that have keeps putting us in a place of being compressed, but also prepare us to have a more robust workforce. And so that's was some of the changes with increasing the size of the pay bands from that 48% to that 70%, to where from an administrative standpoint, we can give those increases and allow people to move more freely with their compensation without having to move them to another pay grade or reclass their position as we get more people staff-wise. The other thing that we're looking at is that employee survey was really was very revealing. Anytime you ask your staff for honest feedback, you get it. So there were no glaring things to say that there was a fire in any department, but in general, there's something that we want to work on. Externally, you know, we've been having this focus on customer service, but internally, we want to make sure we work on our employee engagement as well. So things that we're doing, there's certain initiatives. We're looking at trainings to kind of how can we push this overarching culture? What is that, you know, the town of Rolesville culture as well? I've been working on employee engagement. Like myself and Stephen will be having one-on-ones with every single employee here. And so Stephen has made through his portfolio since it's much smaller. And once we get through this budget, I'll be sitting down with every police officer, every finance person, so that we can have those one-on-one conversations to get their honest feedback on certain things. Because I think it's really important that we maintain the anonymity, but also be able to create, you know, partner with Lisa to create what is that organizational training plan, or what are the things that we need to explicitly state within our onboarding documents on, like, this is the Rolesville way, right? And shift those philosophies. So those are things that we're gleaning from the pay study. And so, and I believe that as we work through these from an organizational standpoint and a fiscal standpoint, it'll keep us prepared to be, stay focused on what the future of compensation looks like here in Rolesville. And that will position ourselves. And so last 3 points, I'm trying to run because I know the meeting's been kind of long tonight. Want to make sure we position ourselves to address the kinks in our approaches to our compensation as we kind of scale up. So as we add more staff, any problem we have will just become a bigger problem. And then the other is to prepare for economic uncertainty. Those are things that I'm consistently looking at right now as I meet with even at City Vision, and even when I meet with regional managers about what are the things that we need to prepare for to make sure that we don't have to, we can continue paying people and not have to do any reduction in force if any potential things happen in our immediate future. And then last but not least, this is something that I've been talking about with staff, and this comes around with affordability and the idea of a livable wage. You see that a lot of different agencies, and even like Wake County, they're doing certain incentives with employers, so you can be a preferred employer if you if you commit to paying someone of a certain amount. We're working through this idea with staff of what does Rolesville 2030 look like compensation-wise, and setting a goal out in a future time to say by a certain date we want to. It's a wicked goal, but by a future date we want to be paying at a minimum what is considered to be the livable wage to be here in Wake County. Right now, that livable wage is between like $56,000 and $57,000. And if within a single pay study, if you do that, it will dramatically, one, increase our operational costs, but two, you can't just raise the floor without adjusting all the floor, raise the bottom without adjusting all the floors above. And so over the next few years, by doing more pay studies and doing more frequently, and clarifying those leadership pipelines, and tweaking certain things that may be a little bit vague, but you need to have kind of more dialed in as your organization grows. The hope is that we can bring together some kind of like optimistic vision or plan to say by this point, be it 2030 or 2035, we can say that we pay this livable wage. We know that cost of living is high. We know that there are a lot of different pressures on the personal finances, on staff, anyone here, even outside of town of Rolesville. And then they're also public service, and also majority of our staff, they don't live in Rolesville, right? And they commute to work. And so my hope is that by us moving towards that, we can have more staff. We can increase the percentage of staff that both live, and work, and live here. As the affordability of homes is, Commissioner Michael Paul refers to for our seniors, it just it's continuing to move, and it continues to outpace compensation. There's a lady that was interviewed, and she's like, everything's going up except for minimum wage, and that's correct. And so we can't rely on the powers that be to do those things, and I think by focusing on that, as like Commissioner Long mentioned in one of our budget committee meetings, thank you to both of you for making time to do that. If we want to be not just a great government employer, but be a great employer in general, to where people will look to want to collaborate and work with us. And so I think by targeting that lofty goal of kind of raising our floor, it'll help us be better equipped to attract and retain talent, and offer that up as, and let that be a byproduct of all the other benefits that we provide to them for being a member of our team here in the town of Rolesville. And so that kind of wraps up all those findings, and I just wanted to just throw that to you. The biggest thing that you'll see is you'll see that you see this pay study reflected in the upcoming budget that I'll be bringing before you, and then in the budget work session, which is be the next time we see each other as a large group. And so it'll be reflected in that, and then you'll also be getting intermittent updates on how we're tweaking certain things around policy staff and our approach from the more organizational standpoint, as I give you updates on how we shift things. But y'all have any questions in regards to that? I know it's really high level, but just want to give that to you.
One additional is not just the total compensation, but were benefits included in this study?
Yes, they were. We sent over our complete benefit portfolio, and they compared our benefits to the benefits of the other peer groups, and we're pretty much on point with that. And I have always said, I've mentioned it to you all multiple times, we train people well enough that they can leave, but we treat them well enough that they don't want to. And a part of that would be the benefits that we offer. And we take that very, very seriously. And I was very proud of the fact that the benefits that we currently offer are on par with what our peers are offering.
Good. The comments? Just a follow-up question, I think. The 3 employees that are below minimum, or grade minimum, and the 2 employees that fall 5% or more below their expected higher year salary. How did that happen? Is it we hired them too cheap or too low? Or how do you get below minimum?
Yeah, and so those are the things that, one thing that we got from when we got that piece of feedback, when we look at the philosophy, right? They provided us with information on how we can be more accurate in how we assess. And so a lot of the reasons why some people may come in lower is just the market at that time, and then you make an offer and they accept it. And so, and then also some people may be at a lower because they came in and they may not have gotten those increases over time through performance, and they may just naturally lag. So a number of things could contribute to that. But the good thing is that through this, we'll be making those adjustments. Like the 4.3 is the minimum, but those people will be brought up to that minimum and move to a comparable place and correct those things that have happened.
So we don't necessarily always make an offer at minimum or above? It's sometimes below minimum?
Last year, we raised our minimum, midpoint, and maximum up 5%. And I think those 3 people, based off that upward movement, their salaries landed below the minimum, and we did not catch it. But we have corrected that. And with regards to some of the compression issues and some folks who may not necessarily be where they should be within their designated pay grade, sometimes when people are hired, if they are minimally qualified, then they're hired at the minimum. But if they have a higher level of qualification, then we bring them in above the minimum. But there was never any consistency with that. But we've got measures in place now to try to catch those things. We have a tool that we use to determine, okay, this is what this person should be starting at based on their level of education and their qualifications.
Yeah, that's good, because I would like to think that we don't underpay anyone, and just by the sound of it, if you're paying them less than the minimum, then you're not paying them what they should be making.
And it wasn't drastically below the minimum. I think it was just, in one case, maybe $5, something like that.
Gotcha.
But we corrected that as soon as they brought it to our attention.
Well, good. That's good. Good, a good plan. I guess the only other comment is, we are in a strong market, and I'm not sure, I saw some of the market peers in there. But I think even after pay study, we will be below the market midpoint, employees, more likely. Is that true?
Below the market midpoint of top tier, but still in that 55 to 65% percentile. So we'll be better than average.
Right.
Yep.
So we still got, I guess, things to consider as we move forward. Because I think the study shows that our average employee is below market, below midpoint, and there's no really people close to high midpoint or over high midpoint. So, so I guess a organization that has everything somewhat figured out, the average employee should be at midpoint, I guess. Is that right? Or
so
is our goal the average employee be at the low?
Average employee, given current tenure, would be closer to minimum, above a minimum, but not at midpoint. Midpoint is typically when someone's been in a position for 3, 5, 7 years, and they progress through performance. Most people are hired at the lower end, and so. But the good thing is that where you sit in the pay band doesn't just because you're not at a midpoint doesn't mean it's not an equitable compensation for the work that's being performed. If that makes sense. But we generally try not to have people sitting above the midpoint and position them in a way, and if people are consistently above the mid, then you change the pay band, because if they're here for 15 years, they'll max out on their compensation. I hope I said that right, but.
So you're targeting midpoint as the max pay point almost?
Well, the rule of thumb is if you've been in a position between 8 and 10 years, then you should be around the midpoint. And the majority of our staff are not there yet. And I think that's why these pay studies are so important.
That makes sense.
Everybody's doing pay studies, everybody. So there has to be a leveling point at some time. And I think right now, and the commitment that you all have to making sure that we are either at or above minimum, that's going to put us ahead of the game. We are making every effort that we possibly can to make sure that we pay closer attention to hiring salaries. We pay closer attention to how people are compensated with their merits. So it's a work in progress. We have not necessarily done things poorly, but we can always improve, and that's what we're trying to do now.
Yeah, and that makes sense. So I think you're saying a 10-year, if our 71 employees average 10 years of tenure, then they would be close to the midpoint.
Yes. That's the general rule of thumb.
That makes sense. So we need to keep them longer for them to make it to make that
that's
average.
Treating them well.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That they don't want to leave.
Yeah. Good job. Any other comments? Good job. And again, thank AutoSolve for their work there. Appreciate it. So, so unless objection from the board, I would say, go forth and putting this in part of your budget that you present. Sounds good. Okay. I think we'll move into our next item, which I think the attorney has
Thank you, Mayor.
yeah, I think you have a consideration of town code amendments, code enforcement and penalties.
I do.
But before you do that, I think if everybody's okay, we're going to take a short recess. We've been going almost a long time, 2 hours and a half. So let's take a 10 minutes. Be back here at 9:15 by that clock there, and we'll pick up from there. So just hold that for a minute, Dave, if you don't mind. Thank you. Mike's on. Okay, we'll call back to order. And we have some new business. Item 11A, consideration of town code amendments, code enforcement and penalties. I think, Dave, you're going to take that one over?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is a follow-up to our last discussion that came up during the consideration of the Perry Street situation and the condition of the town's code with regard to penalties and sanctions for those who don't follow the rules. The staff had previously identified a shortcoming in our LDO, the Land Development Ordinance, with regard to what happens to those who violate that ordinance. That process will go through the 160D LDO process, through the planning board, and eventually make its way back up to you and have penalties that follow from notices of violation that apply specifically to the LDO. The LDO also contains special penalties for violations of stormwater and watershed regulations that come from the state. So that currently doesn't exist. So the 2021 ordinance does not have a chapter for sanction. To date, we both have had great compliance with our ordinances, so that helped a lot. And where we have had folks have problems, we have relied upon the Section 1099 provision of the town code that has been carried forward a few times and was last looked at, I think, in 2009. That provision only really has one thing. It says you may be subjected to a civil penalty of $500 or a criminal penalty of a Class 3 misdemeanor or imprisonment up to 30 days and a fine not to exceed $500. That's a general catch-all, but didn't have the same level of precision that we already now have in, for example, our noise ordinance. It also didn't have anything for civil fines, which is actually the more common way that towns operate. They don't usually treat these things as misdemeanors and seek imprisonment with a judge. Rather, it's handled inside the town hall and is dealt with notice of violation and civil fine. But unfortunately, you'll see under little b there, the civil fines for town ordinance violations shall be established by the Board of Commissioners, which my colleague Michael Paul will say, that would be great if y'all had something like that, but the Board of Commissioners has not done that. It is something that some communities do as part of their budget, but Rolesville has not done it for some time. So the solution is to take 1099, or at least the solution I'm proposing to you, is to take 1099 and flesh it out. And so let me walk you through how that would be. 1099, that small section will be deleted in its entirety and would get its own civil penalties provision that aligns with what we have already adopted previously in the board's wisdom for noise violations. And that is a $250 a fine for your first offense in a 12-month period, which then increases to $500. That was the Solomon's bargain that was discovered by the board, thinking $500 right off the bat seemed excessive. Second piece is something that's authorized by statute, but we did not have that, and that was to authorize the town attorney to move forward and collect these items as a debt, and so those costs could then be rolled up and move forward with not just telling folks they have a $500 fine, we could actually go enforce it. And finally, making clear that the police department and planning department are the staff entities that we would expect to be carrying this out as part of their duties. There's your civil piece, and in all likelihood, A and C, which I'm going to get to, are going to be the ones used the most often. B, certainly we would not want to lose the criminal penalties piece, given that it is authorized by statute. So it is retained here as a general item. And I know this will not thrill anyone. Unfortunately, town vehicle-based ordinances, operation of vehicles, and Commissioner Paul has already heard me tell him this, they're capped at $50. So unless it is a motor vehicle violation captured in the statutes, for which more robust penalty is sometimes provided, at the town level, including driving on Perry Street, it would be $50. Now, as I have discussed with Chief Simmons, it's quite possible that someone who has driven on Perry Street more than once has more than one problem that will justify that motor vehicle stop. And they will have also trespassed against a legally posted regulatory sign. They will potentially have violated the legal order of a law enforcement officer. So there may be some more teeth to that, but those more robust penalties will come from state statute. But we have our $50 and it's there. So, and you'd also have court costs. So
is that per violation?
Per violation.
And you can't escalate it, like the second violation to be more?
It's capped at 50. I figured we would go for the whole $50 on the first
So it could be 50
shot.
every time?
50 each time, that's right. And as the manager and I discussed previously, we're trying to gain compliance with these sort of things rather than true punishment in any meaningful way. Eric instructed me that the $50 fine for a driver who's operating his company's truck might have just enough leverage to gain conformance with the law. And I think that's an interesting thought. C is new for us, but one that I wanted to make sure was expressed in here. And that is to make sure that, and this one comes up most often in land use, but it could come up in other settings. And that is making clear that the town can go to court and seek a court order to restrain someone's violation. There no longer will be the, well, just fine me every day and I'll just keep going with that. It's just the cost of doing business. We now have expressly added to this the ability to turn to the courts immediately to get a restraining order to stop them. And that's C. And then finally D, which is, I'd be remiss if it wasn't in here, and that is just because we chose one of these things doesn't mean we're limited to that one item. We reserve the right to use more than one. That's essentially it. The rest is the standard boilerplate we use for our ordinances. This is a matter before you tonight for discussion. State law prohibits the adoption of a criminal sanction the first time the board considers it, so it would have to come back at a subsequent meeting for a vote. Any thoughts?
Looks good to me.
Ditto.
Okay, it's good to come on at 9:24 p.m. All right.
Second time it comes before us, can it be on the consent?
It can, sure.
Thank you.
Unless anybody's got any comments, I would say, we'll do it that way.
Okay.
Anything else? Any questions for Dave? Anything else? All right. Next item is consideration and resolution of opposing legislative exempt of local government planning and zoning. You guys see the resolution in there. I think our clerk worked on putting that together based on some other places. I think this came up in the meeting last week, the week before last, with all the municipalities at the statewide meeting. I wasn't able to attend that, so I know there was some discussion there. I've seen a lot of mayors and town councils has already signed on this. Dave put out pretty good descriptive summary of what all these bills, and you can see the list of them there. SB 495, SB 497, SB 499, SB 688, and one House bill, which is 765. So you put out a pretty good summary of what some of those will do. And basically it's taken some of our judgment and decision-making and planning away. It also puts strict timelines on some of the planning where if we don't get it done within a time frame, it becomes automatic. And, you know, personnel won't have time to go through and properly go through the vetting process. So several issues with these House bills is pretty much taking a lot of our controls away on what we're doing for development. Anything else, Dave, you want to add to this? I guess the thing that I'm looking at, a lot of times by doing this, you're actually telling them, you're telling them where, you know, like in that statement, that this legislation imposing flexible rules statewide without regard of differences between North Carolina small towns and large. It's a tone to our people that gives us our job, and sometimes they don't take it real well. Sometimes there's some pushback from it. Sometimes it turns them off where they don't even listen. But I think it's been quite a few towns that have done it already. So
Have signed
the
an agreement?
Like the numbers.
Have signed an agreement?
yeah,
Yes.
so they have done a similar resolution.
So the
So
Association of County Commissioners and the League have been very active through their lobbying groups and their advocacy groups to bring this to the attention of elected officials. I'm sure all of you have received some discussion of this in your inbox. There's a lot to cover in those bills that are listed. If you are interested, I would recommend taking a look at House Bill 765. That is the omnibus bill that sought to gather everything in one place. I'm advised that that will be the one where the others migrate to in terms of trying to get to language that would pass. The first provision, as I shared with Mayor Curran, actually corrects the concern of the last session of the legislature where quote unquote, down zoning was prohibited. This started as a correction to that issue. It then became a shot across the bow at the very least, and just truly hostile to regulation of land use generally for much of the rest. There are some provisions that would immediately impact Rolesville. Some others certainly bring clarity that may be helpful, but it would be a big change if every zoning district in Rolesville were entitled by right to have townhomes without a rezoning, and you had 90 days to approve any rezoning and any site plan. Otherwise, it was deemed approved, however submitted if complete. So these are big swings by the drafters, and I think there's going to be a fair amount of discussion as we're right at crossover now.
I'm okay with signing it if the board, because it does say here that the town, it says that the Rolesville Town Council, which, you know.
We should get that fixed.
Huh?
Board of Commissioners, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says the Rolesville Town Board of Commissioners really urges the sponsors. So you guys are involved with it. It's not just a mayor, you know, resolution. So what do you, I would say let's decide tonight. A lot of them have already sent it in, so they're kind of waiting on us. Was it a time frame that they wanted them all in by?
I'll have to look that up at the time.
I think as soon as possible. And a lot of Wake County towns have done it. So any opposition to doing this?
We need it.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it do any good, but, you know, we can certainly send it to them. So I would say, we don't need a vote on that, I don't think. So, I would say, let's get it, that wording changed a little bit, and we'll send it in. I'll sign it, we'll send it in this week. If I don't hear an opposition, don't hear any.
Correction, I checked that. It's phrased as a resolution of the board, correct? It says council. It's not a proclamation of the mayor, so it would take a motion and a second.
It does. It says Rolesville Town Council.
Move to adopt with the change just noted.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Appears the ayes have it. Ayes do have it, so it does approve. Mhm.
Is there any additional things and steps that the town can take to protect the authority?
Just call your representatives. I would urge all of you guys, call, Terrence and call Matt and call them all the state people.
I will send to everyone the league summary of House Bill 765, which is broken into a table if you haven't seen that. You may see items that you think are good changes, and you may see things that give you concern, and that may help spark a discussion and decide what action you might think is
So
appropriate.
this is not a local bill. It's a bill that's required a governor sign.
Correct, that's right.
So, that's another thing is call the governor, because it may be hard for them to veto it. If he vetoes it, it may be hard for them to overturn it.
Right.
So, that's another avenue that could work if,
What prompted this House bill to even come about? Anybody know?
It's titled an omnibus bill, so it brings together a number of different groups. I'm going to add, for the benefit of YouTube, that much of the discussion is really relating to the development community, concerned about very long timeframes for consideration and approval, concerned about tremendous opposition to gaining levels of density that they believe are necessary to achieve anything approaching affordable housing, getting the sort of yields in terms of density that landowners are now demanding in the fast developing parts of North Carolina. Those are the arguments on the other side that are reasonable policy considerations. But this, I would suggest to you that this is a big change, bigger than I'm familiar with outside of, I don't know, Houston.
I think that's a good summary.
Oh, yeah. I was just interpreting it, and I was like, had an idea where it was coming from.
They have no idea what's best for our town. We are. That's why we're here.
And in full disclosure, I represent many of those interests, so I'm sympathetic to both sides.
Well, from their standpoint, they think any additional regulations cost somebody something. So it's just taking regulations away from us.
Taking our authority away.
Yeah, completely.
Okay, anything else on that one? All right, appreciate it. Town attorney, anything?
Very quickly, as required by statute, I'm reporting to you that Rolesville v. Wood has concluded in a consent judgment among the parties. Judgment was entered by the court on April 8th, and the sum paid by the town of Rolesville in that eminent domain action in sum was $135,000 as approved previously by the board. And second is at your virtual place, which would be your inbox, I have suggested a motion for closed session. The agenda shows a closed session for personnel. I am requesting that the Section 3, which is the attorney-client privilege, be added to that as a new matter has arisen this evening.
Very good.
That's it.
Town manager, I know you gave a long report already on the Main Street. Anything else you got to report?
Yes, just a few things. So last week I had the privilege by way of Commissioner Long not being able to attend City Vision and his access status not being non-refundable. I was able to attend in his stead and had an exceptional time. Tons of topics. I love that particular conference, how it's structured and how it really speaks very tactically and pragmatically as to how we as administrators and also elected officials can target some of the issues that are facing like very specific things to our North Carolina region. We talked through, I sat through and we talked through, had roundtables around affordable housing. What does affordable housing mean as you move from community to community? LDO optimization for growing communities, and what are some things you need to be thinking about to create, it's a black and white document, but to allow the developers to color in the lines of it to bring creativity in, also leadership development. But then also had a really, really great session that was put on by Mayor Day from Knightdale and their town manager that focused on how can we as a town administration and elected officials stand together in leadership and continue to lead within a community or social ecosystem where incivility is kind of like on the rise. And it was super, super practical. Once they send out that particular slide deck, which I've requested, I'll share it with you. And I think it'll be something great for you to look at. It's very, very revelatory. And also I'm thinking of seeing if they could do that same presentation for the East Wake Local Government Association and ask them to kind of do that when it's our turn to host. I think it's evergreen and it'd be super, super useful, something that we can have some really good table topics about. And since they are the next host, I think that's probably what they're going to do because Bill really loves that kind of stuff. Another thing is, in addition to the proclamations that you read, it's also Public Service Recognition Week. And I just wanted to thank everyone that's on our staff for their service to our Rolesville community, and also to shine light on the fact there are a lot of public servants right now that are dealing with a lot of anxiety around their employment when it comes to funding of their positions and such. I believe that even with our partner, Central Ponds, June 30th is a very, very important date for them because if some funding is not continued, they will have to make certain decisions with their annual budget next year that could displace employees. And so I wanted to simply recognize everyone on our staff here in town in Rolesville, because without them, we would not be the safest place, one of the safest places to live here. So thanks, Cap. In North Carolina, and then without them, we wouldn't have made the Business View Publishing's 2024 list of best managed towns. I know that my title is town manager, but I am a team leader, and I believe in a very pluralistic leadership model here, and that this town is not just managed by me, it is managed by all of us, from myself down to our public works employees, to even our part-time staff and Parks and Recreation. I'm super thankful. So without them, we wouldn't be able to continue to serve our residents. And so I wanted to extend that to them publicly. Earlier today, I gave updates on the Main Street project. If anyone watches this, I recommend they scroll forward in the video and get the update. What I will do as far as like next steps on that is I'll have that conversation with the Brett Smith Company and also chat with the town attorney and how we can get someone to review that contract to ensure that we're continuing to stay well positioned as the project has evolved so much, and continue to work to accelerate the work to work on accelerating the chosen word, the work that's left. And then also I'll review the video and look at the different questions that they had and you had to kind of put together a more like just the question, just the answer thing, or frequently asked questions or questions asked during the meeting document to where if the business owners can get those specific responses, the community can get those as well, because there were a lot that I couldn't catch as I was taking notes. And so we'll work on that. The last two updates are kind of like money related. As you know, 3 months ago, the North Carolina League of Municipalities They dissolved their insurance pool that we have been an active participant in for several years, and that pool is something that was offered up for smaller towns to be able to join together and be considered on paper to be one big organization to get more affordable healthcare and ancillary benefits. We did an RFQ process and spoke with several private, public, and then also local government pool groups and landed on a pool group called InChip that is serviced through a company that also services the benefits of several other municipalities within Wake County, including our next door neighbor, Wake Forest Gallagher, to settle on the benefits. And so the good thing about it is that we're by way of the fire department onboarding and other factors in our benefits experience, we're not going to see a dramatic increase. And we've also been able to work with what will be our future healthcare provider, benefits, insurance provider, Blue Cross Blue Shield, to get essentially a one-to-one comparable benefits experience or resources or product for our staff, in addition to more support, technical support that allow us to streamline certain things that kind of eat up some of HR's time around open enrollment, executing our FSA, and then and so that's one thing that we've landed on with that. And so we're excited about that. It's in time for us to include with our budget and to be able to do a successful zero budget and know exactly what we'll be spending on those benefits. In addition to that, I'm continuing to work with Civic Federal Credit Union and other places since we're moving to a larger size as an organization to look at more retirement, HSA type products that we can include into next year after additional staff members are onboarded. And so that's something that our younger, more healthy workforce has been asking questions about, which is usually offered up in the private sector around that.
Just a couple of questions.
Yes.
Open enrollment, that's the end of the year, right? So
That's about to start in about 2 weeks. Yes, sir.
open enrollment is at mid-year?
It's mid-year. So it's the end of the fiscal year. And so since we go from July 1 to June 30th.
Most insurance companies, it's at the end of the year. Open enrollment is like November.
Right. If the organization operates off the calendar year, yes.
So are we going from one that operates off a calendar year?
Then we're on the fiscal year.
So
We'll stay on the same cadence that we've been on.
That worked out. So I guess it'd be difficult to go to a traditional company then.
If a traditional, what do you mean?
Does open enrollment's the end of the year?
So there are independent companies, and they essentially will onboard you whenever you want to, based off your organization. Like if how we move on our calendar, it would dictate it. And so if we wanted to have open enrollment in October, they'd be like, sure.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was wondering what if Triangle J or Central Pines, they recommend any?
Yes, they did. And so they worked with, cannot remember the name, HILB. And so they referred everyone to HILB, which is the pool that they use. And anyone that was with the League of Municipalities, the League of Municipalities relayed their information, and by way of me signing a consent form, everyone was guaranteed to receive a proposed benefits experience or product simply by way of the fact that they were rolled off. And so they helped administratively with that. And then we held several meetings in which they served as like the corraler of multiple agencies. And so when we posted our RFP, we would let them know, and then everyone that they had on their short list had submitted. So we had about 10 people, 12 people submit, but we're simply not big enough yet to go with a private kind of broker, independent broker to stand alone. The cost of that would have increased our benefits cost operationally between like 20 and like 35%. And so continuing to partner with the pool is in our best interest. And also it gives us more stability from year to year because they have a maximum amount in which it will shift or sway, which I think is really important right now when we look at some of the economic things that we may be looking at as far as operational budgets.
Anything else?
That's it.
Manager's budget, how's that coming?
Yes, the manager's budget is going well. We had our second meeting with the budget committee. I'll be stealing away into my office to work on the manager's message in the presentation. The last 3 weeks have been pretty tight with that, working through some of the different pressures, mostly external. As one of the business owners alluded to was around like sales tax being down and even the rate at which people are paying their property taxes. People are holding on their money a little bit longer. Consumer confidence is down as well. And so people just simply going out and just buying stuff. We're seeing reports of people buying less food, people buying less, and all those things kind of impact us. Fortunately, we have a lot of businesses that are opening up here in Rolesville, and so we'll see an increase of that commercial tax base, and through the patronage of our residents, we'll see that benefit. And so, but the next work session is the budget meeting. Mm-hmm. We'll be including a few things inside of that meeting, like the personnel policy, bringing that before you. We'll have some things on consent around the town code. I'll do a presentation around the proposed budget, which does not have a lot of bells and whistles, and all. It's pretty flat, in all honesty, and very, very people and personnel focused. And so I think that'll help shore us up for any kind of uncertainty that's come in and help us kind of outpace some of the inflation that some of our staff may be experiencing financially as well. So taking care of our staff that we have and position us to continue to be a competitive employer is going to be the main focus of the budget this year, as well as tackling some of the things that we have to do personnel-wise around stormwater and onboarding positions and bringing some things internal. In addition to that, I hope by then, but maybe in the June meeting, I'll be bringing a presentation that kind of looks at like our organizational strategy, because I want to give you all a look into that. And then I'll be following that kind of high-level presentation with you all up with an all-staff meeting with staff to kind of talk to them about the vision where I see us going as an organization to keep them in the loop. I think in past years, there hasn't been like an all-staff meeting after the budget to be like, hey, this is the budget. What are your questions about it? And we engage with our department heads, and they engage with their staff, and they let them know. But I want to make sure that there's an opportunity for them to gain a better understanding of some of the things that we're experiencing and why some of the decisions was made, so they can move in confidence and transparency with us as we kind of look at what's next, as we do a lot of great things with CIP projects and new buildings and new staff members and expansions over the next few years.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it feels to me like we're a little bit behind, because usually we prove it kind of in May, and we don't have 3 meetings left. So we got to make sure, and one of them has to be a public hearing. And it was the benefits. The benefits were the reason why, because that's the salary projection, yeah. And so now that we have that nailed down. The next 3 meetings, we'll be able to get it done. Yes. There won't be any tax increases. There won't be anything that I think will cause alarm to our community. And so I think they'll be happy with it. And it won't be causing any undue stress or burden on them. Good. Yep. All right. Thank you. Town clerk, anything?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, the only thing I was just going to share is that next week I will be out attending clerk school. I'll be at the School of Government, making sure I get that clerk certification. So if you have any questions or anything, just shoot me an email. If I don't get to you right away, just know it's because I'm in class all day, all week. All right?
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that. Thanks a lot. Okay, I understand the town attorney asked for a closed session or a executive closed session. Does someone have a motion for that?
Sure. I have it.
You do? You do?
I got it, yep. I move that the board go into closed session to discuss the confidential personnel matter and to consult with the town attorney to preserve attorney-client privilege pursuant to Chapter 143, Sections 318.11A3 and 6 of the North Carolina General Statutes.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sounds like the ayes have it. Ayes do have it. So we will recess into closed session, and we will come back into open once we close the session. Thank you. Okay, we are out of closed session. Thank you, board. Thank you, Eric, for tonight. I think we got a lot accomplished, working a little bit late. I just want to remind everybody of the 5K this Saturday. If you can make it out there, that would be a great event to make it. So without any objections, I will adjourn for the night. Not hearing any, we are adjourned. Thank you, board.